Hello, and welcome to another Vena Learning Lab. This Learning Lab is the Mastering the Best of Excel for Finance. My name's Adam, and I'm a Senior Solution Architect at Vena Solutions, and I will be your instructor for this Learning Lab and workshop. So what will we be covering in this Learning Lab? We will be doing an introduction to Excel's relatively new formula, the Lambda formula, and how to leverage this powerful, relatively new feature to create our own custom functions in our workbook. Some take-homes here is, of course, you'll have the workbook that we'll be working through. In this workbook, we're going to be building 4 custom lambdas. So these are built by you throughout the workshop. And in addition to that, we're going to provide you with 11 custom-built lambdas for you to keep and use in future. If you want to see exactly what those lambdas are in your workbook, please just expand here on the left, and you're able to see what we have provided. And then, of course, one of the biggest take-homes is the knowledge and tools you'll need to build your own lambdas in the future. Just some quick housekeeping notes. So I've added conditional formatting throughout this notebook. So if you see any of the cells sort of restyle automatically and that doesn't happen in your regular notebooks, that's because I've added them for the purpose of this demonstration so that everything is clear and smooth. If you have any trouble building lambdas, there are backup lambdas in the notebook. All you'll need to do is just remove the prefix my in front of any custom lambda we're building to access that, and I'll touch on that as we go through our workshop, so no worries there. And then again, there's some comments throughout the workbook just to help guide you through the process of this course and help you figure out where to go. Apart from that, I think we're all good, so let's get started. We'll start a mini case study, which is a practical example that we're going to go through, where we'll be leveraging lambdas, building our own and using some that have been preloaded in the workbook to accomplish a common financial planning and analysis task that you may need to accomplish, and just show you how lambdas can make that process a lot more efficient. So I'm flipping over to our data tab. I'm just going to close out of this for now, and we're going to assess our problem here. So we're going to run through a little case study here, and our overview of our case study is outlined on the top. So what is our deliverable? So our CFO has asked us, or asked you in this case, to generate a plan for units sold for the year of 2025, so next year. Below, we have last year's data export for 2024 for units sold and revenue by date and country. So we'll see that data set down here. This is just static data. What is our goal? So our goal here is to take the data set provided and create a planning template with the countries along the rows and the months along the columns using a flexible format that we could reuse for subsequent years. So essentially, we want to create a planning template from this data that we can use for future planning as well. And how are we going to achieve this? What are our tools that we're going to use? Well, we're going to use everything we just went over. So to achieve this, we're going to leverage Excel's Lambda formula. We're going to be using dynamic arrays. We're going to be using LETs, and we're going to create a fluid report combining all of these different tools. So along the way, we're actually going to build some of our own custom formulas. We're not going to build anything too complicated, just in the interest of time for this particular working session here. But we're definitely going to dive into some more simplistic examples of some lambdas that we're going to create. And then throughout, we're going to be using some preloaded custom lambdas, so formulas that have already been loaded into your workbook to help simplify this process. Awesome. So first thing, I'm just going to scroll down so we can see our data set a little bit more clearly. Just for reference, we have 3 countries here, Canada, US, and Mexico. We have our units sold, we have our revenue, and then we have a date column. So we'll see that we have 12 months for all these different countries. So 12 months in 2024 for Canada, the US, and Mexico, January to December. But right off the bat, we can notice that there's some issues in the notebook, and we're going to address these as we go through. All right, so we're going to navigate to our first tab in the process, which is our Explore tab. So starting at the top here, just like with every section, we have an overview. In this case, we have a problem statement, objective, and a task. So each section, colored in green, will have this structure just to help guide you through what we're trying to do. So right off the bat, we noticed that there were some errors or some issues with our data. So upon initial review of the data set, we noticed that there's some data points that may cause some issues later on. So what's our objective here? We just want to investigate the properties of our data and understand what modifications or adjustments we may need to perform or apply to the data in order to clean it and get it ready for processing and planning at our end stage. Again, like with every sheet, we have our resources here for what lambdas that we will be using or lambdas that we will be creating in the phase of that, in the individual phase throughout this process. So I'm going to collapse this here, and the first thing that we're going to do is I'm just going to bring in our data set. So I'm going to make this an array. I'm going to use a range reference. So I'm going to go equals, jump back to our data tab. I'm going to start in the data column. I'm going to go Control Shift right, Control Shift down just to speed this up, and then click Enter. Boom. Let's close that out for now. Now we have our data in here. So I just got a little bit ahead of myself there, but we have our data in our sheet to start exploring. So when I click in this section here, we'll see that it is actually highlighted in blue. So this is in an array format. So if I was to reference this anywhere, let's say I just go to the right here and I go equals data hashtag as we did before, we'll see that all of our data comes through. But we don't have to worry about that for now. The first thing we want to do is explore this data. So we want to get some stats, some properties around what our data looks like. For that, we're going to use a built-in function called summarize. So this is a preloaded Lambda that exists in your workbook, and this is yours to keep and use later on, that looks at a set of data with headings and gives you back some properties and statistics on the data to help you further figure out what you might need to do with the data in order to treat it or adjust it or modify it to get it ready for analysis. So I'm going to go equals. I'm going to go summarize. Right there in the middle tab. So again, this is a Lambda that's been pre-created and exists in your notebook. And all that this function takes is just the data range. So for that, I'm going to grab our data range here. I'm going to hit it with our pound sign so that it turns into an array. And I'm going to close the bracket. When I click enter, we'll see a nice clean format summarizing all the different properties of our data. So starting on the top here, we can see how many rows we have. We can see how many columns we have. We can see the overall size. We can see for each individual heading a bunch of properties and statistics. So let's start on the left. We have our type. So what type of data is in this data range? For date, we have numbers. For country, we have text. For units sold and revenue, we have multi, meaning there's multiple data types in this data set. So that might be something we want to look at later on. As we move along, we see we can get the number of blanks, the number of errors, and the number of NAs. So right up the bat, when I look at NAs, there's one NA in my units sold. So I know that there's something that I have to do to fix that as we progress through this process to clean this data up so that it's ready for processing and analysis. When we jump to the text here, I also see that I have a text value in my units sold and in my revenue. So I have some text values in there that also probably need to get removed, because we can't really work with text values when we want to deal with our units sold and revenue. We want to deal with numbers. So that explains why this type is coming in as multi and not as a number. As we progress along, we can see how many numbers are in the data set by column, how many zeros are in there, the sum if it's a number, the average if it's a number, standard deviation if it's a number, and then the max and min also if it's a number or if it contains numbers. So we'll see we get those values here for our units sold despite them having an error as well as some text values, but this will treat only the numbers and give us some summary statistics on what's going on in our data. So we have a comprehensive view of exactly what's going on in our data now using the summarize function, and we can really target what we need to address. So just to recap, there's three things we want to address in the next step here when we clean our data, and that's let's get rid of that NA, and let's treat those two text values that are existing in our units sold and revenue columns where they shouldn't be text values and they should be numbers. So now we know what we're targeting, we're going to jump ahead to our clean tab. So this is where we're going to actually clean our data. And just like every other tab, we have our overview again. So we have exactly what we're going to be looking at in this section, what our objective is. So after exploring our data, we notice those errors, so we're going to have to address them before we proceed. What we want to do is prepare our data in a clean format for units sold and revenue that doesn't have any text and doesn't have any error values in it. And in order to do that, we're going to be using a variety of different lambdas here, one of which we're going to be creating ourselves. So let's close that out here and get started. So to start, we're just going to re-reference our data set. So again, we can use an array reference. In this case, I'm going to go back to our Explore tab, and I'm just going to reference our Explore tab with a hashtag. And what that's going to do, it's going to pull in all my data. And again, just to reiterate, we can see that blue outline, so we know we pulled it in as an array. So the first thing we're going to do here is we're just going to hone in on the units sold section. So we're going to create our own Lambda here to clean this section out. So what we want to do is remove the text in this section. So just for visibility, I'm going to turn on this little toggle here, and this is just for demonstration purposes, just to see what we're targeting. So we got in the word orange in our units sold data set. That definitely doesn't belong there, so we need to get rid of that in some way, shape, or form. So it looks like somebody typed in orange by mistake, and we want to get rid of that from our column so that we can have a clean data set to perform our analysis on. So in order to do that, we're going to create a function called myCleanColumnText. And what this function is going to focus on doing is it's going to remove any text that we have in a column. So I'm going to open our Excel labs again here on the upper right-hand side. Going to just exit out of where we were before, and we're going to create a new lambda. So this is going to be one of the more complicated lambdas that we're going to create. I'm just going to copy this name here so that it's consistent. That's going to be our function name. Description, we can add a quick description here. So remove any rows that contain text from a column. Okay, perfect. And then we'll get to our arguments in just a second. So just to preface this before we jump into this, this is going to be one of the more complicated lambdas that we're going to create throughout this course. If you have trouble following along, there is a function already created in here called clean column text. So if you remove the my, it'll give you the same desired output if you get stuck, and you can use that as reference as you go through. But let's go through creating this lambda. So let's start with the arguments. So what are our arguments here? So in this case, we're just parsing it down to cleaning text from one column. So we're really just going to have one argument. And our argument's going to be our data range. So let's put data range in here and space. So that's our one argument. So that's the one input we're going to be putting in this lambda when we use it in our sheet. Now let's get into the calculation. So what are we going to need to do to create this lambda? The first thing I'm going to do is I'm actually going to start with a let function. To make my life easy so I can step through any calculations, I'm going to type let tab, and then I'm just going to press enter a few times so that I have some space to start calculating. So how might I create a function that removes the text from my column here for units sold? Well, let's start by creating an index. So the index is going to help us track what rows in our data set, so in our units sold, have text and which ones don't have text. So how we're going to do that is we're going to go index, comma, comma, we're going to go back, and we're going to start writing our index value. So remember, we've declared this variable or name as index. Now we have to give it a value. So our value in this case is going to be a calculation. So in order to get the calculation, I'm going to create an index. So I just want a 1 to n index for the number of rows that I have in my unit sold column. So how might I do that? So I'm going to use something called the sequence function. So I'm going to type sequence tab, and we'll see the inputs that it requires. So it requires rows, columns, a start, and a step. In this case, all we'll need to do is provide the rows because everything else is optional. So how do we get the rows? Well, simple. We're just going to grab, simply put, we're going to use our rows function. We're going to open our bracket. We're going to put our data range in there. And we have the number of rows that exist in our data range. So this is going to create an index from 1 to the end of our data range in terms of rows, giving those a value from 1 to n, essentially. So it might be hard to just wrap your mind around that, but I can illustrate it very easily. Let's do this. We've already created a function. I'm just going to save it right now, and we can test it. So because it's in a let, it's easy to test. I'm going to go into our section here. I'm going to go equals my, we'll see my column to text. I'm going to click that, and then I'm going to grab our unit sold from 328, Control Shift down right to the bottom, and I'm going to close my bracket. So now I have my formula here. So I can continuously step through this and test it. So we had some trouble wrapping our minds around maybe how this index displays and what it's showing. Let's just see what it shows. All I'm going to do is in our let function at the very end, I'm going to put our index name and I'm going to resave it. So we get our index. So we know which columns are 1 to the end, which is 40. So 1 to 40. So all I've done right now is just create a simple index, and that's easy enough. And we'll see why we created this index in just a second, but take my word for it, it's going to be very important later on. So we know the index is working. Let's create the next argument we need in here. And I'm just going to format this a little differently just so we can see it a little bit better. So our next name that we're going to declare is going to be our index, or our identification, I should say, of which rows have text and which rows don't have text. So how might we create that? So I'm going to create a new variable here. Let's call it I row underscore text. So these are going to be the rows with text. So I'm going to find the rows that have text here. I'm going to do 2 commas just so I can type in between so I have no errors. And how am I going to create this? Well, I'm going to actually use the isText function. So in order to use that to get a value of 1 or 0 instead of true or false, I'm just going to start by putting 2 minus signs here. So don't worry too much about that. All it's going to do is just going to convert anything that's a true or false to a 1 or 0. So we'll keep that there. As I said, we're going to use our isText function. So let's go isText. And then what do we want to figure out has text or not? So we're going to look at our data range. So we're going to put in our data range values. So we'll put in data range is text. Looks good to me. And again, as we step through this, let's just test it. We can test it at each step just to make sure as we build up, everything is working. So we'll save that. I'm just going to reformat this on the right here so it's not off the screen. And I'm going to zoom in just a bit so we can see what we're looking at. Perfect. So we have our is text. So we'll see we have a 1 where our text is. So that's good. We're identifying where that text is. So that's perfect. So we know exactly what we need to do with this array. So now the next thing I'm going to do is I'm just going to move this down here, create some space, and I'm going to multiply this by our index. So what this is going to give us, and this is just good convention, so that I can keep an index value here so that I know which rows have text. So which numbered rows have text. So we'll see that I just typed index at the end. And when I resave this, we're going to see our output update. So I'll save this again, and we'll see 18. So this is just good convention. It's not necessarily a requirement for the task that we're trying to complete here. But if you wanted to build upon this particular lambda to make it more efficient, this is just good convention to have an index row in your let statement so that it makes it a lot easier later on when you're doing your operations. Okay, so now we have the row, we have our I row text containing the values of 0 where there are no text and a value of the index row number where there is text. So the next thing I want to do is I want to get rid of all the rows that have text. So how might I do that? So that's going to be a new name or a new variable, and we're going to call that clean data. Call that the clean data. We're going to go comma, comma. So we've created a new variable here or a new name, and we got to give this a calculation. So how do I get rid of all those values? Well, if you think back to our learning block around dynamic arrays, we touched on the filter function, and the filter function is perfect for this case because what it allows us to do is remove values in a dynamic array that we don't want. So I'm going to start by writing filter. I'm going to go tab. I got to tell it which array I want to filter. So the array I want to filter is going to be my data range because that's the array containing all my numbers. And how do I want to filter it? Well, I want to filter it in this case to give me all the values in my I row text that equals 0. Why do I want to do that? Because we've set up the I row text to only give a value that's not 0 when it is text. So essentially what I'm going to do here is I'm going to go comma, I'm going to go I row text, as you can see here, and I'm going to say equals 0. So what this is saying again, it's saying for my data range, which in this case is going to be my units sold, give me back all the elements that are 0 in my I row text. And if we remember what our I row text was, our I row text is finding the values that have text and giving them a number that corresponds to their row index. So if something has text, it's going to show up with a number that's not 0. Therefore, we want to get rid of that. So when I put that in here, I can again test that, but this is actually our final output. So I'll copy this clean data to the very end of our let statement, telling us that we want to output that as our final value. And when I click the save button here on the upper left-hand side, we'll see a change. And we've got rid of that orange. So we'll look at our data. There's no orange. We'll see it's shorter than our original data set by 1 row because we've efficiently and effectively got rid of that orange value. But we didn't get rid of all the errors. So we'll see that we actually have some other errors in here. We have an NA, and that becomes very apparent here in our column. But that's not what we were trying to clean in this section. In this section, we simply wanted to create a function that removes text. And we've accomplished that successfully. So now this is a function that, again, can be used at any point in our sheet, and we can reference it throughout to remove text from any columns that we want as specified in the formula. But we also know that we don't want NAs in there, so we got to treat those as well. So we've created an example of a more complicated formula that we can use to remove text from a column. But let's say we wanted to remove all the errors in text. We could create a lambda to do that as well. So what I'm going to do here is I'm just going to turn this off so we can get rid of that highlighting of exactly what we wanted to get rid of. And I'm going to collapse this section and open up our next section here. And our next section is going to be the clean call. So this is a pre-built lambda that we're going to use. This one is a lot more complicated than just removing text, so that's the reason we're not going to go through exactly building it, but it's available for you to see in the Excel Labs add-in. So if I was to go to my names here, clicking done, I could scroll down and I could find, where is it? Clean column at the very top, right there. So it's already been pre-created. It's in there. If I open it up, it looks a little bit menacing. That's why we're not going to create that ourselves, but it's been pre-created to work to clean a column based on a given drop criteria. So in this case, we're just going to use that function here. So all we're going to need to do is we're going to go equals clean. We'll see clean column show up. We're going to put in our same data range that we put in before. Boom. We'll select that. And then in this case, it actually asks for a drop criteria. So this is one step past the clean column to text, where we can actually drop different things. So this formula actually supports dropping text, blanks, errors, NA values, numbers, or non-numbers. So if I was to do, let's say, numbers, just by num, and that's included in the description so you know what criteria are available, it'll drop everything but orange and NA. So look, that's working great, but that's not what we want. We want the inverse of that. We want to drop everything that is a non-number. So in this case, I'm just going to put a non-number as the drop criteria, and I'm going to click enter, and boom, we have our formula here. We'll see that it dropped two. Did I get the right reference here? Yep, perfect. And it dropped our values accordingly. So now we just have our data output cleaned, removing all those errors that previously existed in our data set. And just to highlight those so you can see them, we removed our NA and our orange from our data set, respectively. So this is a more advanced function, and this is yours to keep, take home, use as you wish. And it exists under the clean column formula name. So this will clean any column, and your criteria, again, that you have to choose from on the right here are outlined in the description. You have the option of text, blank, error, NA, number, or non-number. This is only on one column, and there's a lot of other data that I want to carry over as well. So let's take this clean column, and we're going to take it a step further. So we're going to go past just removing all the non-numbers, and we're going to clean the actual data set entirely based on a column. So we're going to collapse this section here. I'm just going to turn this off here to remove our highlighting to help guide us. And I'm going to collapse our section and move into our next section here. So in this next section, we're going to use something called clean data. So again, this is a preloaded Lambda that exists in your worksheet. I'm not going to go through building this as it's also very complicated. So just so we can see a little bit better, I'm going to close that window out to the right. And I'm going to highlight again what we're going to be tackling here. So we're going to be tackling, again, our units sold, but this time we want to carry over all the data that was missing previously. So previously our output was just one column for units sold. That's great, but I want to carry over all the data that I have in here as well. There's country, there's date, there's revenue. I don't want to lose those values in my array. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go equals, clean. I'm going to go clean data this time. I'm going to select our data range. So in this case, it's going to be everything here. And again, because it's an array, I can select the first column here, put a hashtag. I'm grabbing everything. I specify which column I want to clean. So in this case, it's the units sold. So I'm going to put that in quotes. So the actual column name is going to be units sold in quotations. And then our drop criteria, just like with our previous function, is going to be non-num, which means drop everything that's not a number. So I click that and we see, boom, units sold. It's been completely cleaned. All the non-numbers are gone. And we have all of our data. So we carried over our date values, we carried over our country values, and we carried over our revenue values. So all that data is now in our sheet. But as you might notice right off the bat, and it's sticking out at us like a sore thumb, we have another value that's going to cause trouble in revenue. Thankfully for this example, we're not really dealing with revenue. We're just focusing on units sold. But let's just look at how we might clean that as well. So I'll turn this off again, and we'll close this. Actually, we'll keep this one open, and we'll expand our next section here. So our next section is where we're going to treat that revenue column. So the revenue column has a value that we don't want. We're just going to repeat the same thing, but just on a different array. So I'm going to go equals. I'm going to go clean. I'm going to go clean data. In this case, I'm going to select my output, which has my cleaned units sold range. So this is going to be an array as well. I'm going to go to the date here. I'm going to put a hashtag to grab the entire array. And then in this case, instead of cleaning my units sold, I want to clean my revenue column. So I'm going to put in revenue as the column I want to clean. My drop criteria, just like before, is going to be non-num. Put that in quotes as well, and I'm going to close my bracket. And when I click enter, we'll see that we have a fully clean data set. So this AC130 value has now disappeared. Previously, we got rid of all the issues with our units sold, and our data is now nice and tidy. So very clean, ready to go for all of our value columns. And just to illustrate exactly what we changed here, I'm going to highlight everything by turning this on. We got rid of our orange, we got rid of our NA value error, and we got rid of our AC130 that existed in the starting data set, as well as our units sold clean data set. So now we have this output here, and this output gives us our clean data set for all of our different countries with only number values for our units sold and revenue columns. So that's great. Let me just turn this off again. We don't need to see exactly what we're looking at. But there's one other thing I want to check before I go ahead. And as you can sort of infer, the next step is the group by. So I want to figure out if I have any duplicate entries here. So if you scan the data set, I made it easy to see. You can kind of notice that at the beginning here, we have 2 entries for January in Canada. So let's just double check our data set to see if there's any other duplicate entries. And how we're going to do that, I'm just going to collapse all of our sections here and open our very last section. I'll actually open this section as well, where we're going to be using a lambda called duplicates. So our duplicates lambda, what it's going to return is any duplicates and the number of duplicates in a given data set for the column selected. So let's see how that works. I'm going to go equals, I'm going to go duplicates, and I'm going to select my array. So let's grab this array here that we just cleaned, grab it at the top where it outputted, and we'll click enter there. All right, so I grabbed too many things there. Let's just adjust that range slightly. I don't want to grab revenue and units sold. I just want to see if there's duplicates of my dates and my country combinations. So I'll click enter here, and right off the bat, what our duplicate function is giving us is there's one duplicate for the combination of January 2024 and Canada. And just to illustrate that a little bit more clearly here, we'll see that we do indeed have a duplicate entry there. So it looks like we had 2 entries for January 24, so eventually we want to roll those up, but for now we've identified that we have a duplicate here. So this is something we actually want to tackle. So as you can imagine, our next section, group by, that's where we're going to be addressing and fixing this final issue here with our data set before we can move it into a pivoted version for planning. So again, just to recap, we went through cleaning an individual column with our custom lambda that we created, so cleaning out the text from that column. We used our preloaded clean column to clean out all non-number values from our units sold column. Then we used our more advanced lambda to clean the entire data set for units sold and revenue for non-numbers. And then finally, we just did a sanity check to see if there was any duplicates in our data set. And we have one duplicate for January and Canada. And again, this is a formula that's embedded in your worksheet, and you'll have it and you can use it as you wish. One thing to note with this is it makes things a lot more seamless when you're looking for duplicates in a data set. Traditionally, you might use some conditional formatting, highlighting a cell, and looking for duplicates. This will give you the exact combination and the number of duplicates that you need to address. So for our next stage, we know that we have to tackle getting rid of or aggregating, rolling up our combinations for January 24 and Canada to prepare our data set for further analysis. Alrighty, so let's jump ahead to our next section. So we're going to jump now to our group by sheet. I'm going to zoom in here just so we can see a little bit better. Again, the overviews in here, our problem statement. After we treated those invalid data sets, we noticed that there was a duplicate entry. So we now need to figure out how we're going to deal with that. And our objective is to transform this to a clean data set where we have unique combinations, so one combination for each date and each country. So to do that, we're going to be using a function that's built in that's going to be called vGroupBy. And we're going to go through that in just a second. So just as an aside, the groupBy function is created as a lambda in here. Depending on your version of Excel, Excel actually recently launched a new version of GroupBy, so an Excel supported GroupBy function that is really good. So if you have access to that, you could use that function going forward. But this is just to show you how you might do this at this stage. The function that you use, whether it's a lambda or a built-in Excel function that they recently launched, is really up to you. But it's just to go through the process of cleaning this data, transforming this data, and getting it ready for planning. So what do we need to do here? First things first, we're going to reference our clean data set. So we're going to go equals, go back to our clean section. Let's just escape there. We need to make sure this is expanded so we can reference it. So we're going to go equals again. We're going to go back to our clean data set. This was our clean data set here. We're going to hit it with that pound sign again, and we're going to get all of our values. So now we reference our values in a nice clean array format for us to start transforming. So what are we going to do now? We need to group this data. So we know where our data is having some issues. And it's having issues with our January values being duplicated for Canada. So how do we want to treat that? Let's treat that by using our vGroupBy function. So again, this is a preloaded function in your notebook that you simply just have to follow along in using. So we're going to start again, equal sign as always. We're going to do V, and we're going to do G. We're going to see vGroupBy. We'll enter that formula here. And when we enter that formula, we'll see that it's going to take 3 arguments with 1 optional. So 1 is our value column. So in this case, because our end goal, again, just keeping our end goal in sight, is to create a plan for units sold, we're just going to now focus on units sold. So let's leave revenue by the wayside for now. So our value column is going to be units sold. Let's grab that column here. So using Control-Shift-Down, let's grab our first group column. So we want to group by date, Control-Shift-Down, and we want to group, Control-Shift-Down, comma, and we want to group by country. Boom, Control-Shift-Down. So we have all of our entries here. I'm going to close that out, and I'm going to click Enter here. So we'll see now we have our grouped data set. So just for reference, let's turn on our visual toggle here. We'll see that our dates for Canada, January 2024, these values have now been aggregated for Canada. Let's just do a quick sanity check here to make sure those values are correct. Just going to highlight them. Look at the bottom of our screen here on the bottom right. 596 is the sum. We're getting 596, so we're good to go. That's exactly what we're looking for. So we've now effectively cleaned up this data. We've grouped those duplicates, and this is a data set that's pretty much ready to be analyzed. So we can start using this for planning in our next step. Before we jump ahead though, there's one other formula that we wanted to touch on. And that formula is just going to be a group by column formula. So this is a formula that just allows a quick view of our data grouping by specific columns. This is one group column in this particular formula. And how it looks here, I set up some drop downs just to showcase the ease of use. But what we're going to do here is go through that formula just before we jump ahead. Before we get to that though, again, our data set is now completely clean. So this array here that I'm highlighting is our clean data. I'll zoom in just a bit so everyone can see. And we have effectively used our vGroupBy function to combine those two duplicate values for January 2024 and Canada into one individual row so we can use that later on for our planning process. So if we had multiple other entries in this data set, so if I had duplicates for US and duplicates for Mexico, those would all also be rolled up into one unique line item here. Okay, so as promised, I did say we were going to go through one more Lambda here and just show this as just a proof of concept here on what you can do with Lambdas and show a way to simplify something that is a repeated process. I want to get totals. I want to get the averages across a large data set with a bunch of different columns. How might I do that? Let me show you here. So we're going to go equals. We're going to go group by, because this is our function we're going to be using. We're going to grab group by column, and we're going to follow along with the input. So we want our data range. Our data range here, grab it at the top with our pound sign again. Our group column, in this case, I've created these drop downs here just to simplify it. We're going to select our drop down here that has country in it right now, but we'll see that it's selectable. So that's going to be our drop down column name. Then we're going to select our value column name. That's already been predefined here with the drop down. We're going to select units sold. And then lastly, we're just going to select an aggregation method. So that means, how do I want to combine these values? Do I want to sum them? Do I want to take the average? Do I want to get the variance? Do I want the max? Do I want the min? That's what that operational aggregation method is telling us here. Again, we have a drop down for that, so we're going to select that there. I'm just locking everything in for good measure. I'm going to close our brackets, and I'm going to click enter. So we got a quick summary here based on our singular column of, in this case, country, of what our total values are. So these are our sum values across all these different countries, and we can get them at a quick view, at a glance. So this is something you might do just to, as a sanity check as you're going through your process, just to see if everything you're looking at makes sense. And because I connected these to the drop downs, I can also jump through. Let's say I selected by date. I could see my sums by date. I could flip over to revenue if I wanted to. Again, this formula is just referencing these drop downs based on the column names. That's all that's happening here. And I can get all those values how I want to see them. So let's say I go back to country by revenue. And let's say I wanted a different operation. You'll see the different operations that are available. I could get the average, in this case, revenue by country. I could get the max revenue by country. I could get the standard deviation. And really anything that's available in this dropdown. So these are the 5 different arguments you can get, the 5 different aggregation methods you have at your disposal. And this again is a formula that's built into your spreadsheet that you can take home and use later on. So a very simple way to get a quick view, so at a glance, what's going on in my data by column. So I'll flip this back to sum, and we're working with units sold, so we'll go back to units sold, and we'll just keep that on country. So we have our sum values for our countries. You can see that very quickly. Looks good to me. I don't have to do a bunch of filtering and moving data around. It's just one formula, a couple reference dropdowns, and we're good to go on that view there. So that was a little bit of a tangent there, just for our using the group by column formula. But we want to get back to our core objective here. And our core objective was to create that planning document. So at the end of this, we want to create a planning template that we can effectively use to plan for our units sold in 2025 using this 2024 data. So we're pretty much good. We got our data here. We've grouped it. We've cleaned it. We've got a clean data set that we can now eventually use in our planning template. But we'll notice that it's in a shape that's a little bit odd. So this is not the ideal shape for a planning template. Typically, we want to have our dates in the columns. That's how you would look at a planning template. You're going to have your months in the columns, and then your criteria that you're looking at, whether it's accounts or in this case countries, in your rows. So we're going to have to get it in that format. So in the next step, we're going to transform this data set that's now cleaned, been treated, been grouped into a pivoted data set that's going to output our values in a more suitable format for planning. So to do that, we're going to jump into our next section, so our pivot data section. As always, there's an overview. I've sort of just gone through what we need to do here. So we have the data, it's cleaned, it's just not in the right format. So let's pivot this data. One aside note here is just that there is also a new pivot function that Excel is offering. So just to note that the pivot data function that's in here is just one example of how you can pivot data, but Excel has actually launched their own official function that's available in the newest version of Excel that you could also leverage to achieve the same outcome. But for this example, we're going to be looking at two lambdas, which is our pivot data lambda and our sum by row call lambda, and we'll get to that in just a second. So before we start, the first thing we want to do is reference our data here. So we're just going to grab the clean data that we prepared in our group by tab. So I'm going to go equal sign here. I'm going to jump back over to our group by tab, and I'm just going to grab everything here. So I'm not going to use an array reference here. I'm just going to grab this entire range, but it's going to come out as an array. And we love arrays because they're a lot easier to work with when we're doing dynamic calculations. So we have our working array here. This is our cleaned data set with all the values that are text and errors removed, and all of our dates and country combinations grouped up, summed up to a single value for units sold. And again, now we're going to really start focusing on units sold. So you'll notice that the revenue has been removed, and that's by design because we want to do our forecasting or our planning around units sold. So how are we going to transform this data? Well, that's simple. We're just going to be using, again, one of our preloaded lambdas. And that lambda we're going to be using is the pivot data lambda. Oops. We want to actually add stuff in there. Let's try that again. Pivot data, tab to enter the formula. Just as a side note, Excel has launched an official formula that will pivot data in their newest version. So this is just one example again of a lambda that can achieve the same outcome. But once that's launched, feel free to use Excel's official pivot by formula to achieve the same effect. But for this case, we're going to go ahead and use our lambda. So we're going to select again our data range. So we're going to grab here, hit it with the pound sign as we've done before, and we need a group column. So we're going to group this by our country in this case because we want our countries in the rows. So I'm going to put country in here, and oops, finger slipped there. Let's try that again, and we'll put our end quote there. And then our next entry is our pivot column. So what do we want to pivot by? Well, we want to see our months along the columns. So we're going to put in our date column. So we'll specify it using date, boom. And then our value column, in this case, we're really honing in on units sold because that's what we're planning for. So we'll put in units sold. We'll put all of that in there. And then lastly, we just want to specify how we want to aggregate. So just like in that group by column function, we want to tell it what to use. In this case, we just want to get the sum. We don't want to get the average or anything. You have those options, but we want to see the sum of our data and have it pivoted. So we'll put all those different entries in. I'm going to close off our bracket here. We're going to hit enter, and we'll see our data is now pivoted. So we have our data by country in the rows. We have our dates at the top for the entire year, and then we have the sum of our units sold here. That's been pivoted along with our dates. That's exactly the format we want to use in our planning template. So that's great. We've got it in a nice format here. So we're pretty much ready to go to our planning step, but there's one additional thing we wanted to go through here. And that additional thing is just to, let's add some style to it before we jump ahead. And we're going to show you one more function, just as a little bit of a tangent here, but a very cool and useful function that's also preloaded in your sheet that you can use later on. So in order to use that function, I'm just going to do some quick references here. I'm going to go equals. I'm just going to grab our countries here, put it into a format with just some nice headings that are separate from our data. I'm going to grab all of December there. So we got all our data in here. Now let's say I just wanted to get my totals. So one cool thing about arrays is, although everything spills out in a range, I can do calculations on either just the rows or either just the columns. So for that, we actually have a function that's built in. That's the sum by row call function. So if I wanted to get some quick totals for all my values here, what I'm going to use, I'm just going to go equals sum. And this is just to show you a function that might be very useful later on, but not super critical for our case study here. But just so we can see how it works, we're going to go sum by row call. I'm going to go tab to enter the function. I'm going to grab my array. In this case, it's going to be the values that I just selected. So I'm going to select that cell there with 596. I'm going to hit it with the pound sign, and then I got to give it a direction. So for the direction, a 0 means sum it by row. A 1 means sum it by column. In this case, I want to sum it by column. So I'm going to put a 1 in there, and boom, I have my sums. Let's just double check that those are coming in correct. We got 1555, 1555. It looks like we're good to go. Similar to what we just did below, I'm going to do the exact same thing. We're going to go sum by row call. I'm going to grab that same range, and I'm going to zoom in here in just a sec so we can see this a little bit more clearly once I hit enter. And instead of a 0 this time, we actually want to sum by column. So we're going to, sorry, instead of a 1, we want to sum by rows, so we're going to put a 0 as opposed to the 1 we use for columns. So we'll put a 0 in there, and we get our sum by rows. Let's just double check that we're getting the right number here. Oops, we're pulling stuff all over the place. Let's grab that there. We got 5274, 5274. It's working. And you'll notice that the outputs, although they're summing by individual columns or rows respectively, the actual output is coming in an array, and we're getting the sum in an array, so a dynamic array format for each of those rows and column sums respectively. So very, very useful function down the line if you ever need to sum anything in an array by a column or a row. It should be your go-to function. It simplifies a lot of the repetitive array formulas that you might need to create. So again, a little bit of an aside there. We don't have to focus on that too much. We might use it a little bit later on, but just to show you some of the other lambdas that are built into the sheet that you could use later on. And again, there's a full descriptions in there in the name manager. If I was to open up the name manager here, go to my sum by row column function. When I find it right here, we'll see just a brief description on what's going on. So sum data range by rows 0 or columns 1. So each lambda in here will have a description to help guide you through how to use it. But in this case, we're good. We're going to jump ahead. We want to focus on our goal here, and our goal is to create a plan for our units sold for 2025. So with that in mind, we're going to jump ahead to our final section here, and that's going to be our planning section. So our plan tab is where we're creating this template. So this is our end goal. This is our final step. We've cleaned our data. We've grouped our data. We've pivoted our data. It's now ready to go. We want to create some planning tools around that data with some levers and some cool lambdas that we've integrated into the sheet. So we're going to showcase a lot of that, and we're going to create a template here that we can use to plan for our data and that we can reuse later on for further years, for subsequent years, to do planning for our units sold as time progresses. So just like with every section, again, we got our overview. If you want to look at any of the functions that we're using here, they're always available in that section. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to do a couple of references here. I'm going to grab our countries. So I'm going to jump back to our pivot data section. I'm just going to grab the countries that we use there. Just a generic range reference. So we'll hit it with that. Then I want to grab my dates. So let's reference our dates as well. So we just sort of did this below. We're repeating the process just so we can get our data into our final planning template here. And I've stylized this area so that it's ready to go. So you can, replicate or use this style or adjust it to your own, based on your own preference or based on your own business style. But we have a nice template that we can use that's been pre-formatted for us and ready to go. Great, so we got our months in there, we got our countries in there. What are we missing? It looks like we have no data in there. So let's go back to our pivot section. Let's highlight all that data that we need to bring over, that we work so hard to clean and to pivot and to group. We'll select it all, we'll bring it in. I've preloaded some totals for us there. First thing I want to do is I'm just going to recreate that sum by column. We're going to grab that array. This is going to be very quick. You don't have to do this, but just to show you what it would look like as we progress through, I'll add that in there. We got our sum by column. I'm going to grab that same function. I'm going to click Control C, and I'm just going to paste it here. We don't have a array reference there just yet. No, let's just close that up for now. We'll just focus on our data here. So we got all our data in here. Looks good. We have our references in. I've preloaded our planning methods for you, and I've added a little input cell area, so you don't have to worry about that. What we want to focus on are some adjustments to our styles, our labels, just to make sure everything is clean and legible for our CFO when we present this to them at the end of the day. So the first thing I might want to add, I have my dates here, but let's say I want to group those dates. I want to see, the quarters, where they start, where they finish. I want to see the halves, H1, H2. There's a function for that. So if we go into our formula bar and we go equals date, and we're going to go date group, and date group requires 2 entries here and 1 optional one. So we're going to select our range here. We'll see when I selected it all, it turned into a array format. If we wanted to just select the first cell like we usually do and hit the pound button, we get our date range, and this is an array formula, so it'll operate across each individual column, so each individual month in that array that we selected, and then we just want to specify a roll-up level. So this supports halves and quarters. To select quarter, we're just going to put a Q in there, and when I put the Q in there and close it, boom, I get my quarters. So I see when my Q1 ends, my Q2, Q3, Q4. So just some added style to give us a little bit more detail on what's going on. This is completely up to you if you want to include this, but it's a function that helps you roll up those dates into different levels. If I was to switch this, let's say to H, we could get our halves. And if I go back to Q and click enter, we get our quarters back. If I wanted to see a label for each individual one, I just put a 1 in here to show each, and we'll get our Qs for all Q1, Q2, Q3. For now, I kind of like it with the blank space there, so we're going to remove that and just show where our quarters start and end for our year with our historical data. So we got all of our data in here, so this is great. We have our historical data. Now we got to start planning. So how are we going to do this planning? The first thing we want to do is create a timeline for the next year. So in this section here, we want to create a timeline for 2025. As you might know, dates are probably the most annoying thing to deal with in Excel. I'm sure everybody has Googled endlessly sometimes to figure out how to adjust dates, how to add to dates, using the end of month function, this and that. Don't worry about it. We've created a Lambda to simplify this. So what we're going to actually do here is we're going to build a Lambda. So this is the last Lambda we're going to be building, and it's going to be a Lambda that allows us to adjust a date or range of dates, adding either a year, a month, a period to that particular date to translate it forward or translate it backward. So for that, we're going to create a function called myDateAdjust. So I'm just going to preload, actually, you know what? We'll just go through the process of building it here. So we're going to open up our Excel Labs add-in again, and we're going to go, just like we did before, to our section to create a new formula. And I'm going to type in myDateAdj, so DateAdjust. So we're going to add a quick description here, so something along the lines of just a date by days, month, spelling is not our forte right now, months, or years. Perfect, that's good enough. And so what do we need as our argument? Well, this is a simple formula. It's going to take one argument, and that argument is just going to be a date. So a date or date range. So this again will be an array formula, so it'll support arrays or just an individual cell reference. I'm going to put date in there, and we have our parameter. So let's get building. So what do we need to do to adjust our date? So I want to have the ability to move my date forward based on a year specification, based on a month specification, and based on a year specification. So we got our date in there, but we're going to need some additional parameters that are going to be optional. So to make those parameters optional, what I'm going to actually use is the square brackets. So the square brackets around any argument in a Lambda means that it's not required for the expression to run. So it's not required for you to click enter and have the actual formula run, but it's something that you can add in to have it run as an optional argument. So think of the X lookup function. At the very end, there's a term for if it doesn't find a value you're looking for, you can specify the value for it to return. That's an optional argument. I'll just show you what that looks like very quickly here. Equals X lookup. We'll see that there's optional arguments, and they're denoted with these square brackets. So I'm going to need some square brackets here. And why am I using square brackets? Because maybe I don't want to have to put a value in for each adjustment. I want those to be optional. So I want the ability to adjust my year, I want the ability to adjust my month, and I want the ability to adjust my date. So let's add a year adjustment. Close my square bracket, enter. So that's optional. Let's add a date, or not date, we want month adjustment. And we'll end that with a square bracket. And then lastly, we want a day adjustment. Let's put our square bracket in there, day underscore adjustment. Boom. So now we've actually got all our parameters. So we have our date reference, and we have our optional parameters that we can include to either push the date forward, push the date backwards by months, dates, or months, years, or days. So what does the formula look like? Well, it's very simple. So what we're going to do is, we could use a let for this, but just to keep it simple, we're going to keep the let out of this. It's going to be a very simple formula. And what we're doing is we're going to start with our date function, so the Excel date function. So what does that give us? So we need a year, a month, and a day. So when I specify a year, a month, and a day, it's going to return a date. So that's perfect. That's great. That's what I need there. But I need to add values for each one of those things inside of the formula. So how am I going to do that? I'm going to first start with my year. So we start with the year. We're going to grab the year. And where do we get the year? We get the year from our date parameter, so what we specified as date. And how do we move that date? Well, we adjust that date with our year adjustment. Boom, that easy. So every time I add a value for a year adjustment, it's going to up that year by a certain amount, and then the date function that everything's in is going to turn it into a date. And just like I did with my year function, I'm going to do the same thing for my month. So we'll do a month function of our date, and we're adding that month adjustment. And last but not least, our day function, we're going to go day, and we're going to grab our date, and we're going to apply that day adjustment. I'm going to go down, tab, and looks like we're good to go. So we now have an adjustable value for year, month, and date based on our start date or our input date, and an adjustment value that we apply to each one of those parameters. So if I save this function, so myDateAdjust now, it's all saved into our Lambda library, I can go in here and I'll go equals. I'll grab our date range. Oop, that's not what I want to do. I'm going to go equals. We should probably start with the formula. I'm going to go my date adjust. I'm going to select my date. In this case, I can select the range because I want to adjust all these dates the same way. And I just want to add a year. And because the other arguments are optional, I don't have to put anything for them. So 1 year for it. Close my bracket. And boom. Look at that. If I collapse our section here, we now have all of our dates for the next year. It's that easy. And if I wanted to change this in any way, let's say I wanted to go back a year. So I wanted a previous date, just like that. That's simple. I remove 1 year from it. So it's a much more simplified version of using the end of month and all these different date calculations encapsulated into one Lambda that lets you move a date any way you want based on inputs for the year, the month, and the day. So let's turn this back to 1. We got it going forward. We are now cooking. Next thing we want to do is we want to add that date group function here. So let's just do the date group again. We're going to grab our array below. So I'm going to select the U33, which has our date, hit it with the pound sign so that it turns into an array. Our roll-up level, we're going to keep it to just quarter, put in the queue, enter, and now we have a nicely formatted section for where we're going to do our planning. So just to recap, we just recreated what we did here for those date groups. We've brought in all of our historical data. We've adjusted our timeline for the future so that we're looking at 2025, and we're all set now. We can now start focusing on the planning piece. All of our data is in, it's clean, it's formatted, it's transformed and translated in the right way, and we're ready to go to start looking at how we might plan. So we want to plan dynamically. Remember, that was one of the key words in our case study. We want to make sure this is a dynamic template that we can reuse for later dates. So in order to achieve that, what we're going to do here, we're not going to be building any more Lambdas. That was the last Lambda we're going to build. We're just going to start using some Lambdas. And we've built in some Lambdas into the spreadsheet for planning. So these are very useful Lambdas. Again, yours to keep, take home, and use, that allow us to plan based on different planning methods. So what are those planning methods? They've been specified in the dropdown here. We have 4 different planning methods that we're going to look at. So we have a flat planning method, an even spread planning method, a prior year % adjustment, and a prior year dollar adjustment. So let's start with our flat and even. So these are actually combined into one Lambda. So you'll see the power of a Lambda in simplifying equations that may have required multiple calculations in a hidden space in a sheet. They all exist in one singular Lambda that allows us to do multiple operations based on a lever here. And the lever in this case is our planning method. So let's try it out. I'm going to go and put equals. We're going to try our plan by flat and even, and that's going to be under our plan by spread. So plan by spread is the planning method we want to select here. So we'll do plan by spread. First thing we got to put in here is the dropdown. So in this case, we've just pre-selected it to flat, and we'll see how that works later on. I'm going to then select our input value. So this could be any number you want in this section. I just threw in 50K for now. Then we're going to throw in a start date. So this just tells us for a schedule, if you had a schedule that you were working on, maybe my timeline is from January to December, but I only want to, spread this across dates within that. So I can specify a start and end date. In this case, I'm going to do it for the full year. So I'm going to make my start and end date the start and end date of our overall timeline. We'll lock those in there. And then finally, just our prediction timeline. So our prediction timeline here, we're going to select the whole array and click enter. And we'll see that we're doing a flat spread. And as I mentioned previously, this actually works for even spread and flat spreads. So the reason this Lambda is so powerful is that we've built in 2 different operations into one equation. So I can add multiple operations into my Lambda. So I don't have to have a separate area where I'm doing all these calculations and using choose functions and indexes for what to grab. It's all built in there based on this dropdown. So if I was to say 50,000 flat, you'll see that it's applying 50,000 across the board. But if I wanted to do 50,000 on an even spread, it's going to take that 50,000 and it's going to spread it across the 12 months evenly to give me a total of 50,000 at the end of the day, but splitting it off by 1/12 for each month. So that is awesome. We can jump between those 2 planning methods now, which is great. But what if we wanted to do a different type of planning method? This one is a net new planning method. We're just giving it an input value and it's planning according to that input value. Let's say I wanted to plan based on my prior year, because we did all that hard work to get that data into the right format and the right shape. We want to use that data in some capacity to do and perform our planning. So let's do that next. So what we're going to do next here is we're going to use a separate planning function, which is called our plan from PY. So plan from PY, tab to enter it, and we're going to throw in our value. So very similar to the plan by spread function. We're going to select our dropdown. We're going to select our input value, and we're going to select our, I just have to expand this so we can select our reference values. So let's do that one more time. We're going to go plan, and we're going to go plan from PY, tab into there. We got dropdown, input value, And finally, our reference values. So we'll just select this entire range of data here. Those are all our reference values that we want to use as our PY. I click enter, we get an NA because we don't have any values in there right now. Don't have any values for our dropdown. So let's go to percent adjustment. Right now we don't have any adjustments to it, so we're getting the exact same numbers. But let's say I added an adjustment of 120%. We'll see that it'll up our values by 120%. So now we're actually using our data that we previously cleaned and everything to create our forecast. Similar to that, let's say I wanted to use a different way of planning off of my prior year values. Say I wanted to just add a value to all my values. So I know we're going to go up by, let's say 50 units or something like that. I'll go 50 units. It does say PY dollar adjustment, but in this case, we're just dealing with units, so we can just ignore that symbol for now. So it's going to add 50 units to all my values. So we'll see 690 went up from 640 by 50 units. And if I was to adjust this to 1,000 units, we'll see a big jump there. So everything's being adjusted. So this is a planning method. Again, it's built into your spreadsheet, and feel free to use it later on. That allows you to plan very simply by an adjustment to your prior year values or any reference array that you have, through adjusting it either by a percentage value or adjusting it by a individual absolute monetary or number of unit values. In this case, we used 1,000. So we got these two separated here. Now let's say we wanted to now blend these all together. So we have a lambda to do that. So what it's going to do, it's essentially a lambda of lambdas. And as complicated as that sounds, all it's doing is taking the lambdas we defined before and then creating a new lambda that uses those lambdas and decides based on logic from the dropdown which lambda to select. So what does that lambda look like? Again, it's preloaded in your sheet, and this is going to blend together both the spreading lambda that we looked at and the prior year adjustment lambda. So if I go plan by, that's our lambda, that's including all the lambdas, we'll see some familiar options here. So first selection is the dropdown, removes redundancy, that's available in each. The input, again, removes redundancy because that's something that we take in both functions that we previously looked at. And then our reference values, so that's going to be used in our prior year. We need our start date, which is going to be January here. We need our end date, which is going to be December. So these are used in our spreading lambda that we used above. And then, of course, we need our timeline here for our prediction timeline. I'm going to close that out, click enter. We're going to get an invalid selection error. That's built into the lambda just to let you know that your selection does not exist. But don't be scared by that. When I change this to something like even spread, we get the zeros. And if I was to replicate something above, like 50,000, we're going to get our values here. Let me just double check we selected our right range here. And boom, we got our 50,000. So just like above, we've replicated this, but now this is all built into one nicely consolidated, easy to use planning function. So in this function, I could select any of the spreading methods that we had before. So any of our planning methods, let's say I do flat, it's going to put 50,000 across the board. And just like with the other functions, we can use any of these from the dropdown, where the first two, one focused on spreading, one focused on prior year adjustments or modifications to the prior year values. This one allows us to blend both of those together in one simple to use planning function. All right, and that's that. Last but not least, we could just add this sum by row column equation here just so we get our totals. It doesn't seem to be grabbing all of our values. That would be why. Let's select everything here. And similarly here, I don't know. Yes, it is. There we go. So we get our total values at the bottom. Boom, and we have a complete planning template. So let's just do a quick recap. First thing we did was we explored our data. So we looked for invalid entries in our data that might cause issues at this stage. Then we cleaned those issues out. So we cleaned our data, we treated it, we got rid of that text and those errors, got it into a nice format. Then we grouped it so that there was no duplicate entries, so that everything was rolled up to the individual combinations, unique combinations of country and month. And then we pivoted that data so that it's in a format that we can actually use in a planning template. We translated that data over to this planning template, and then we used our built-in planning functions to actually generate plans for the next year for our CFO. And I think our CFO at this stage will be really happy with what we have. And as our data flows in for the subsequent years, we can use the same process, starting just with a new data input. So on that data tab, a new input of data, we'll throw it in there. And the same steps will just happen automatically because we did everything with our dynamic arrays. So with that, that concludes our workshop here. We have all of our lambdas that we covered in the sheet. If you want to reference them again, you can come to the Start Here section. You can expand, and there's a hyperlink to each lambda where it's being used in the worksheet, and all the lambdas that we built and where they're being used in the worksheet. Fantastic. I hope this was insightful, and I hope you learned something today. And I hope everybody starts building their own custom functions and really takes advantage of the power of the Lambda function. Thank you.
What does it mean to unlock excellence in finance?
It means being curious,
bold,
ready for reinvention.
It means seeing past a two-dimensional world of spreadsheets into a multi-dimensional planning universe
of insights and endless possibilities.
where the tools you know and love
Come together with your people, processes, and data.
It's the best of what's next in tech, from advanced analytics
to generative AI.
So you can plan for any scenario.
and unleash your strategic potential.
to focus on what matters most.
Driving alignment and speed to action.
And shaping the future for your business.
Unlocking excellence requires a vision for the future.
And sharing that vision with other visionaries.
It's being ready to learn
And grow.
together.
Because it's not something we can do alone.
It takes a community. And it takes you.
A new generation of finance leaders.
To be agile,
And resilient.
Transformative.
the future of finance,
It's here.
And you're a part of it. Are you ready to unlock excellence?
Hello, everyone. Welcome all to this beautiful, magical, musical city of Nashville. I'm Hunter Madeley. I have the honor of serving as one of your hosts for Accelerate Finance 2024. Also have the honor of serving as CEO of Vena, which effect is serving all of you as well. My countdown on my clock is not going down, which means I have more time than they said because it's stuck. This is awesome. We really are thrilled you are here. We've got lots of people in the room today in person, which is amazing, although it does look like you're en masse about to pick up pencils and start a test in the setup. We have probably thousands of folks joining us virtually online from across the world, so good morning, good afternoon, good evening to all. And then we have some really cool partners who have helped sponsor and put on this event. We have our folks from Scale North, we have RVNA Tech, we have Markham Technologies, we've got our friends from Delbridge Solutions, from Citrin Cooperman, Prolytics Consulting Group, and of course our co-innovators and long-term partners, Microsoft, helping us all. So welcome everyone, it's gonna be really fun. So before we jump into today, this is really cool. 5 years almost exactly to the day we were here doing our last in-person event before things shut down. That was in Nashville in this hotel. So show of hands, is there anybody here that was there 5 years ago and remembers it? That's awesome. So welcome back, thanks for being long-term customers. So much has changed since then, and that's kind of why we're excited. We really do believe that with the level of change that we're all experiencing, not just in the environments around us, but within our organizations, that it's the time for finance and operations leaders to really step up and lead the way through this transformation. How we're working, how we're collaborating, how we're leveraging data, technology, how we're driving insights, all of that has changed, but something has stayed the same, and that is your responsibility to strengthen and guide your organizations. And if we get this right together, there's a real opportunity for us all to unlock operational and financial excellence to drive the value that we want to drive for our markets and for our customers. So really exciting times. And when I think about the level of rapid transformation going on, it kind of brings up both the responsibility and the opportunity for us to kind of shape the success of your organizations and your markets, right? And then it becomes, in our mind anyways, our collective responsibility as a community of finance and ops professionals to really lead that transformation. We're leading with technology, we're leading with best practice methodology, we're leading with all the energy and data that's available to us, and the environment within which we're all working is changing, but I just want to call it that it's neither good nor bad, right? The environment is neutral. It is just what it is. Our expressed responsibility is to deeply understand the environments we're working within, and then to create leverage for today, for our organizations and for our customers, and importantly, understand where the environment's going and be predictive about the value we can create tomorrow. And really, finance leaders should be able to do all of that. You should all be more equipped than you've ever been to manage that journey forward, but actually tapping into the strength of organizational data, the workflows that you use, the talent and experience of the people in the organization, it is no small task. And we're kind of hearing that in market through surveys and through white papers, that the transformation underway is actually difficult. We know that workloads are continuing to increase, while broadly productivity across most economies have been flat to down for many years now. We understand that productivity is the goal. How do we do great work? How do we leverage tools and technology and data to help your people do great work more effectively and more efficiently? And when we're talking about this balance of sustainable, efficient growth, it becomes finance and operations as the leaders in that transformation. How do you think about balancing capital and talent resourcing decisions to drive the most efficient growth for your organization, to drive the best results for your customers? And while we do have significantly more data and access to more data than we've ever had, it is actually difficult sometimes to understand the source of truth and to unlock the power of that data, but that actually is the responsibility we have, to leverage the predictive power of data and also the predictive power of the skills and experience of your people to drive actionable insight. That is effectively what we're all trying to do, is drive some actionable insight and really chart the path forward. And what we're also hearing is there's a whole new set of skills that are required to manage through this transformation. And CFOs all over are asking themselves, do I have the talent, do I have the data, do I have the technology and skills to manage and drive operational rigor and create strategic impact? I think there's a really cool transformation underway, and you're going to get to hear a little bit about how we're thinking about the future of finance when Melissa takes the stage after me. And Melissa's our awesome CFO and also the host of the CFO Show podcast. And you'll see a lot of these themes woven through her presentation as we think about the future of finance and the future of operations. And you can't talk about the future without leaning into what appears to be some really amazing potential within generative AI. And I know there is a bunch of excitement and there's a bunch of caution and a bunch of anxiety about what this will do. We do think there is a North Star here. We think there is a real opportunity to create practical and tactical solutions that add value and give your teams and people the opportunity to do better work more effectively and more efficiently. And yes, it's cool that we can create an avatar of me delivering this presentation in German or French and put it, in Munich or Paris as a backdrop. But what we're excited about is the ability to actually point this technology towards FP&A leverage. And we could have done that by building our own tool set. We could have done that by acquiring a small company that was already leading the way in generative AI, but we really chose to lean in, as we've done in the past, lean into our partnership with Microsoft and leverage what we think is clearly the best tool set available as we think about leveraging Gen AI with Azure OpenAI within the Azure Cognitive Services suite. And that partnership for us allows us to hang on to our North Star, right? Which is, we want to purpose build for FP&A, but we care about what you care about. We care about security, we care about scalability, we care about transparency of process, right? Transparency of the generative process and the data that's being leveraged. And the cool news is all of that has been built into what we hope will be your team's new best friend with Vena Copilot for FP&A. This really is a cool release. From our founding days, we've always believed our job was to help you build agile, resilient organizations. We've always felt that we had an opportunity to help you plan and run better. And with the launch of Vena Copilot for FP&A, we really do feel we're advancing that mission. And as mentioned, it's really built in this truly secure, controlled environment and built specifically for the use cases of your teams and built accessing your data, your environment, and giving you control to train the model and to create leverage within your organization. And you don't actually have to take my word for it. There's going to be a cool demo just outside the event space as you exit. We're going to hear more about this from Hugh Cumming, our CTO. We're also going to see it in the product spotlight. So we're going to give you lots of access to Vena Copilot for FP&A. It really is cool and amazing work the team has done. I'm excited about that. And it leans into that further expression of how we create value, not just with our platform, but with our expanding co-innovation strategy with Microsoft. There is really a lot of power, obviously, within Microsoft 365. And whether you're using a little bit of that power or all of it, we really do believe we can amplify that power to help you plan and run your businesses more effectively. And I think together we're creating this really interesting set of financial capabilities. We're accelerating insights and decision making. We're trying to do that all within this kind of enterprise-grade, AI-powered platform that we're building for you. And I do believe we're on the cusp and early innings of some real value being created here. We obviously made a decision early on to embrace Excel. We made a decision to use Excel as the window into our complete planning platform. And that was different than most at the time and continues to be a differentiated position. I think that choice has led to real value creation opportunity now as we lean into more and more integration and co-innovation with Microsoft. And there's some really cool things coming down the way. And this partnership for me is not just about delivering value for all of you today, but it actually will be something that will grow with us over time. And whether that's the expanded value we're going to build into Copilot, or whether that's expanded value we're going to build into teams and the way you collaborate and work and plan, all of this is really exciting. So I feel like we're in the early innings of the work we're doing today. So there's going to be a bunch of product excitement. There's going to be a bunch of product news. I'm going to touch on a few things that stand out to me and that are exciting. First off is PowerPoint. You might be saying, hey, I already integrate with PowerPoint. You already have that solution. This is nothing like that. This is a really cool new opportunity for you to actually work within the familiar environment of PowerPoint and access directly your Vena data. You can actually edit, change date ranges, operate in PowerPoint, managing the presentations and the visuals that you want with real-time updating and access to that data. Not only do we think this is going to save folks a ton of time, it's actually going to allow you to innovate and amplify the way you're thinking about presentations and the way you're thinking about driving alignment and engagement through PowerPoint with your financial and operational data that sits within Vena. It's actually really cool. I think you'll enjoy it when you get to see it at the product spotlight. We've also done, I think, really amazing work this year. Many of you may have tried it already with our import API, and there's some folks in the audience who've built some amazing integrations and done some work without any help from Vena. It's all work they were able to do on their own and locking in a bunch of different data sources and leveraging more and more operational data in Vena and how they run their business. Well, we're taking that same focus and energy and applying it to our export APIs to allow Vena to be more of your source of truth and allow you to leverage the financial and operational data you're managing within Vena to connect with other systems and create value across the organization. And I think the key point here is we have a strategy, Hugh will talk about this a little later, to make Vena quite simply more extensible over time. We know it's a powerful, flexible platform. We want it to be something that you can extend, that you can build on, build with, you can integrate with on your own. So how we unlock the usability of the power of this platform will improve over time, and this export API is a step in the right path and a step on that journey. So really excited about that work being done. We've also got our template studio being rolled out that has got a bunch of self-serve functionality where you can access and generate really cool templates. You can extend your use cases. The way we think about the value we create with Vena over time is you bias for one use case, typically maybe two, and then you start to see the power of the platform and you layer in other process where you might need financial and operational data and you need workflows and collaboration around that data to get work done. That becomes the extension of the value you create with Vena over time. Template Studio is a way to jumpstart some of that work. You can do all sorts of cool work to find new use cases that you can build and create leverage over time. And then, of course, I talked about Copilot already. You're gonna, like I say, you're gonna learn a little more from Hugh later today. And then tomorrow's roadmap session with Andrew Stanbridge will give you a deep dive. Lots of cool stuff happening here. This is all in the service of this idea that we are trying to be the most complete planning platform available to you. We want you to be able to, as mentioned, start with a use case, whether you're going to do financial close or account rec or CapEx, or whether you're doing core budgeting and planning, and that's your first use case, that's your first path to value. We want you to be able to leverage Vena to get that done and then move on to additional value for you and create new use cases, new opportunities for you to build value. And when we actually talk about complete planning, it's around 3 dimensions. So this is internally how we think about it and hopefully how we express it to you, is we want to create deep, specific use case value for you. So depth of use when you're using us for a particular use case. We also want to get you excited by the breadth of the use cases, right? By myriad uses that you can leverage with Vena. So it's kind of breadth and depth. And then finally, that 3rd dimension is the strength of modeling, of AI, of analytics, of insights. We want to create real decision-making power to drive actionable insights for you across all of those use cases. And if we really get this right, you're choosing the right first path to value for you, whatever that may be, and then you're finding additional ways to create value across the business. And our goal really is to create a platform that does help you build strategic value today, but more importantly, helps you plan for tomorrow. Now, we get super excited when our customers lead the way and they find this value themselves. And so I know we have Jeff, I think we have Christine, and I might have Meg in the room. Maybe put up your hands. We've got a few customers here that are doing amazing work. So won't give you long stories here, but it was amazing to see what Liberty Bank did, moving from a single process to then leveraging Vena beyond annual budgeting and moving into CapEx, moving into workforce management and business unit reporting and strategic planning. So really leveraging the power of the platform. You think about a single investment and then additional value. Building exponential value against an investment is a compounding way to think about the value. No surprise, Liberty Bank figured out a way to get compounding value with Vena. And it's also amazing to see folks like Meg at Turner Enterprises who are thinking ahead of the data curve and thinking about how to use advanced analytics to drive their business forward with data and business transformation. And then Christina's been doing cool work with us for a while, and we're really thrilled to be a part of the Sprout Social success story. But the way she and her team are diving into deep scenario planning analysis to predict the future and help drive the business forward is something that's really cool to see and stuff that we really get excited for. So we want you to love what you can do in Vena, and you can do a whole bunch of stuff without compromise. If you want to see more about the art of the possible, make sure you hang around. We've got a few speakers, then a break, and then Rishi's going to take the stage. Rishi's a co-founder and our chief solutions architect, and he's going to show you more about the art of the possible. Really exciting stuff. And then beyond our platform, and this is really important, it's been important to me since I joined, I think it's been important to our culture here, is community. How we think about building a thriving finance and ops community. And quite honestly, whether you spend money with Vena or not, I would love for us to build the type of community where finance and ops professionals can connect and learn and grow and thrive together. And our community is starting to tap into some really cool things right now. We're hoping it can be your source of knowledge and perspective. We obviously have all of the partners that are connected with us, and they bring industry experience, deep domain expertise, a bunch of innovation. They can be your co-innovation partners on the platform. So lean into the partner ecosystem. It's amazing. It's a real value add for our business. We have our template marketplace, which are a whole bunch of really cool purpose-built Excel, Power BI templates that allow you to build and grow interesting new use cases. And that template library is created by Vena and partners and actually customers like yourself, all sharing, which is amazing to see. And then we actually have really cool events. We share all that information through the community. You can look at past events, you can learn from others, glean insight, hopefully get some inspiration. And then Academy allows you to really lean in around FP&A skills, Microsoft skills, and of course Vena. And then launching at Excelerate, we're really excited that we'll have an opportunity to start building a certification program. It's really obvious to me that there are certain customers, when you think about the range of capability and mastery of our product, it ranges from very early stage, only using us for a single a single process and only have ever used us for a single process. So those are building every month, every quarter, new ways to leverage the power of the platform. That comes from understanding and mastery of the platform. We'll make it easier to unlock the power of the platform over time, but it does take some work and some investment. And so we're building a really cool certification process so you can get to mastery and hopefully build career currency and create value for your organization. Some really cool stuff being launched here. And when we do see people kind of driving that personal, professional, organizational growth through community and they share feedback, it fires us up. We're going to continue to invest in community, but we really do need your engagement, your feedback, and thinking about ways to make it better for you all to get amazing value. And so in coming together here, we get a chance to celebrate, some learning, some connection, hopefully foster some personal, professional, organizational growth. We always have a big agenda for these events, but I do want to call out a few things that are special and new that we've never done before, and we'll see how that goes. So tonight we do have dinner and the Vena Awards, so we thought it made sense to bring the red carpet to FP&A minus the gowns and the tuxedos. It will be fun tonight. There will be likely some line dancing. You can participate if you'd like. And by the way, it's not that, well, actually I shouldn't say it's not. I don't think it's that difficult. I haven't tried yet. I'm viewing it as a bunch of people organizing themselves in rows and columns, and then I'm in like cell C5, and I go forward to C6. And I go back into the left to D5 again, and so I think I got it. I think it's going to work. You can all participate. It should be fun. You can also check out our Accelerate Hackathon. We're going to have some folks competing there. Hopefully it will be friendly competition. You can check out the hands-on CPD credits you can get through training and the learning labs. And we also have this really cool exclusive virtual event. So for those online, you get to participate in a cool virtual event with competitors from the Financial Modeling World Cup, and there will be a champion crowned. So lots of cool ways to hopefully engage and hopefully learn through this. So bringing this full circle, and before I bring Melissa to the stage, I do feel like we've all experienced meaningful change in the markets we're operating in. Also, the operational dynamics within our organizations, how we're working today is fundamentally different. We really do believe that you all, and we have a responsibility to lead our organization through this era of transformation. And of course, because we live in finance, that includes the responsibility to be real stewards of operational rigor and risk mitigation. But I think more inspirationally, it's an opportunity to think about how we chart a better tomorrow, how we chart the path forward, leveraging the strength of the people, the strength of your data, the strength of the organization's skills and talents to really think about building a better tomorrow. And I know it's a heavy responsibility you all carry, but we're always amazed with the grace with which you carry that responsibility. But we really do think that with great change comes great opportunity. This is a time of opportunity for all of us. And for us, we have a really clear kind of North Star in our purpose, right? We really are here to help you all build amazing, resilient, agile businesses. We're here to continue to improve and develop a flexible, extensible, and hopefully highly valuable platform for all of you. And we're really excited to try to support and foster an amazing community that continues to, power personal and professional and organizational growth. So we think it's going to be an awesome couple of days. Welcome to Accelerate Finance 2024. We appreciate all those joining in person and online. We appreciate the fact that you're actually sharing some of your valuable time with us. It's not lost on us. We're going to work our hardest to do a great job and create real value and have a bit of fun with you as well. So we appreciate you, and I'd now like to introduce the host of the CFO show and our own awesome CFO, Melissa Howatson.
So I'm going to be doing this presentation along with Thomas, who I'll be bringing up towards the end. We're going to tag team on this topic. Now, just wanted to start, thank you so much, Hunter. What a great, inspiring way to start this. And I'm so excited to be here. This is my first in-person Vena Accelerate. Great to be here in Nashville with all of you. My peeps are in the room, so this is terrific. All these finance folks. Hunter talked about our community and what a great community this is. So thank you for letting me be here today. Now, I did want to start by saying, when they first asked me to get up on stage in front of a room full of people, I thought, don't they know that I'm an accountant? And we tend to be a little bit introverted by nature. Public speaking is not one of the soft skills that we most often lean into. And I've been sitting behind a screen for about 4 years. So it's not like I'm quite practiced at doing this. But here I am, leaning into the discomfort of getting outside there, pushing myself out of that comfort zone. And I'm here to speak today to you about the future of finance leadership. Are the slides playing? Oh, sorry. Let me just go back one. So I'm speaking about the future of finance leadership. And when I think about the future, I think, this isn't a really exciting time to be in the seats that we're all in. But it is going to come with some discomfort. And we are going to have to lean into that and push ourselves to embrace it to help our businesses, because they're counting on us to do so. So when I want to start by setting the stage with what we are contending with today. There's a lot going on. Things might have settled a little bit, but there's still a lot going on. I'm sure all of you, like me, are regularly having meetings with the rest of your executive teams talking about growth or profit. We're coming off a time where it was seemingly growth at all costs was the flavor of the day, and we were all in with both feet leaning in on growth. And all of a sudden, a lot of things changed a couple of years ago, and efficiency is cool again. And I think for many of us, that's refreshing, because we all know that eventually efficiency and focusing on productivity has to come back and be a focus area. But at the same time, we're not leaning away from growth. We all know it's important for us to continue to grow our organizations and make sure that we're market leaders, but we have to find a way to do that in a way more balanced approach. And so along with that, there's a lot of other factors that are at play. We're trying to balance this growth and efficiency or growth and profitability, which means leaning into efficiency. And I almost hesitate to say that word, because I think that for sure my team at Vena is probably sick of me talking about efficiency. But the reality is, it is our job in finance to lean into this and to turn this into a reality for our businesses, to help them figure out how we're going to do this, how we can continue to grow, but do it with a few less resources or reallocating the way that our resources are being spent. And I would be remiss if I didn't talk about the other thing that we're all contending with today, which is artificial intelligence. It feels in some ways like we're back where we were a number of years ago when this thing called the cloud was coming out, and we all had on-prem. And we were like, I don't know about this on cloud, this in the cloud. I think, I know what's going on with my on-prem. I can control it. There's absolutely a bit of nervousness and hesitation. We all feel it. We're all in that together. But we all know that the power of what this can do for our businesses is going to help propel us forward. And so we're all trying to figure out how to lean in. You can see 90% of CFOs are projecting higher AI budgets. Everyone's leaning in, but at the same time, 94% of CFOs don't quite yet know how to deploy this for finance and accounting, even though we're already deploying it in other parts of our business. What we do know is we have to figure out how to strengthen our trust in AI, because it is going to be that key driver. So we're contending with all of these different things, juggling a lot. I want to talk about what's caused some of this. And I want to talk about that market volatility. There's so much change going on around us, and it's some of this volatility that has created the necessity of us leaning into efficiency. You think about it, a couple of years, cash was cheap. Interest rates were low. You could find capital quite easily. And we're in very different waters now. As we're making decisions, growth isn't always quite so certain. You're still planning to grow, you think you know where it's going to go, but you aren't quite sure. But what we are certain about is how much we're going to spend. That is 100% in our control. And so in times like this, when things are uncertain, you have to lean into the things that you know. And that's one of the reasons why this efficiency and productivity has to come to the forefront. Additionally, there's other things that we're facing. We're facing pressures when it comes to talent. Yes, the war for talent that was raging hot a few years ago has subsided, but there is no question that we are all still worried about and thinking about how are we going to attract and retain the best and the brightest and make them want to come and work with us and help us to lead the way and deliver on the transformation that Hunter was talking about. We need teams of really smart people around us to do that. We have way more complexity in the business landscape around us, way higher volumes of data to work with. We're trying to now sift through. Data's so great, but there's so much of it that we sometimes feel like we're drowning in so much of it. We have the change management that comes when you're trying to start to lean more into efficiency. And so that is something we have to lean into because you can't take it for granted that change management is just going to happen. You have to be purposeful and make sure you help to show the way. And in all of this, focus becomes critical. It is so easy to feel overwhelmed with so many things to do, and you want to do it all, but the reality is we have to lean into focus, and it is going to be as much about what we decide to do with our businesses as it is what we don't decide to do. That's going to be just as important. So this is a lot of pressure, and it's up to us to rise to the occasion. Companies need to depend on their finance teams to help them to make good, informed decisions with all of this turbulence around us. And that means that we need our finance teams to evolve. So how exactly is the scope of the finance team evolving? Well, there's a lot of ways. You know, when you think about finance as needing to be a strategic business partner to so many parts of the organization to help lead through times like this, we are uniquely positioned. We have a bird's eye view to seeing all kinds of things across the business that others don't get to see, and we often can take that for granted. But with that is a responsibility to help shine a light on what we're seeing, to help connect the dots across the organization. Think about our relationship with our HR teams. This, to me, has become one of the most critical business partnerships that we have. As we think about how to retool our workforces and redistribute work and what the skills are that we're going to need for today and tomorrow, our org designs and how we might have to shift things to match what our businesses need, HR are the experts of these things. And so we need to work with them closely to lean into that expertise and complement it to help come together to make good, insightful decisions for the business. Similarly with IT and technology, you know, you used to have a time where IT could sort of sit on the side. You could be a little independent in finance, doing your own thing, but that we all know that's not going to work. We need enterprise IT strategies. We need to understand our processes from start to finish, where our data is, and having a transformation plan of how we're going to move the business forward and where are we leaning into the things that are going to move the needle the most. That requires tight partnership with our IT teams. In all of this, we have responsibility to remain customer-centric. Our customer-facing teams like customer support, implementation, they get firsthand information from our customers about what they need from us, what's working, what's not, where do we need to lean in. And we need to stay tight with that to help make sure that we're enabling the right decisions for the sake of our customers. We've also got ESG, a lot of talk about ESG. How are our businesses focused on what we're doing for the environment, on the social side? How are we impacting our key stakeholders, our communities, our customers, our employees? And at the same time, we have governance responsibilities as well. We know that risks are only getting more plentiful, they're not reducing. And as stewards in our business, we have a responsibility to help lean in with the business to protect against those risks. We have sales and revenue teams, another critical partnership. Finance needs to lean into our go-to-market plans, need to look at the data together to inform the right decisions, the allocations of investments, how we're going to incent our teams to align our incentives with what the business needs to deliver, pricing decisions, deal desk support that we provide. We have to think about how we're showing up in all of these conversations to help provide support for that part of the business. Operations, critically important as well. Do we have the right KPIs, the right reports, the right information at the right place within the business? Finance is becoming way less siloed and more integrated within the entire business. And we have that responsibility to share what we're seeing across all those different parts for the benefit of the greater good. Now, this requires some pretty critical traits that haven't always been core to finance. The American Institute of CPAs had recently put out 4 traits for the future of finance leader, and I think they've hit the nail on the head here. The first is being a connected influencer. What does that mean? How do we enable conversations the right way forward with the people who are the experts in our business within their respective fields? How are we showing up to foster that collaboration, listening, asking the right questions, and having the right skill sets to help with that influence? The next one is being an authentic disruptor. And disruption and accounting don't always feel like they go hand in hand, but that's something we have to lean into. We have to challenge our businesses to reinvent themselves and to question the status quo. We don't want to just be doing things the way we've always done them. That requires a growth mindset and an innovation mindset. We don't always think of ourselves as creative, and we don't want to be too creative in certain parts of our business, but in terms of disruption, we absolutely need to be thinking in an innovative way. And we have to do this all in an authentic way because we need to build trust with the business. We need to be seen as a friend in finance of the other parts of the business so that we can come together, which means creating safe spaces to make mistakes, which is also not inherently easy for us to do in finance, but we need to make it safe for our teams to take some risks and for the business to take risks, and it's okay because you're going to fail sometimes and you're going to learn, and we actually have to encourage that to happen. The third is to be an inquisitive storyteller. How do we harness the data that we see to tell a story in a way that helps others help lean into making business decisions? We could have all the data in the world, but if we don't have a way to explain it to others, it's not going to drive benefit in our businesses. We have to also insist that business decisions be informed by insights. Try to move away from just emotional, but use those insights to drive them. Think about the power of storytelling and leveraging technology. We are going to have businesses that are going to be seeing things quicker, reacting quicker, and moving way faster. And the fourth trait is being a rational value creator. It's our job to create value in our businesses. How we do that is by knitting together the data, the technology, and the processes that we see to come together to help create that value. This is about extending beyond traditional finance KPIs to non-traditional metrics that we see in the business and leaning into that. It's about embracing uncertainty and seeing change as a constant. And it might mean that we have to respond to some unexpected things or go through some prolonged periods that are a little bit uncomfortable, like we've seen the last couple of years with COVID and then economic uncertainty. So let's step back then and think about, we know what we need to do and how things are evolving and why because of the landscape. How is that factoring into what we see as CFO top priorities for the year ahead? Well, you can see here, there's 5 things that are top of mind. Evaluating or improving the finance function strategy and design. When you're on an airplane, they say, when that oxygen mask comes down, you put it on your face first because you can't help anybody else if you're not healthy yourself. And the same is true of our finance teams. If we don't have high-functioning finance teams, we are not going to be able to have as much impact on the rest of the business and help move forward at the way we need to. That means looking at our org design, looking at our skill sets, looking at our systems and automations, and trying to find ways to free up that time so that our teams can lean into all the other things that we need to be doing that are going to drive value for our business. And as our finance teams evolve, we need to think about, do we have those connected influencers, those authentic disruptors, those inquisitive storytellers, and those rational value creators on our team? We need to lead the transformation efforts, not just be a passenger, but actually be an active role in them, improving our metrics, our insights, our storytelling. You can tell that there's a lot we need to do, and a lot of the things that CFOs are focused on this year are going to help us free up that capacity so that we can shift the way our teams spend their time into these evolving roles that we need to step into. That way, we're going to be able to focus not just on short-term wins, but on long-term transformation for our people, our processes, and our systems. So here, I just wanted to step in, driving down a level deeper. What are finance leaders' top tech investments planned for 2024? You can see, interestingly enough, the top 2 are data visualization and BI, and workflow automation and AI. Why is that? Well, both of these things are going to be critical to helping move the business faster, get us focused, data-driven decisions, eliminating tactical tasks, and focusing on telling the story. And so it's no wonder the things we're doing are helping us to set the table for us to be able to be those finance leaders of the future. So how then do we help lead our finance teams through this transformation? Because it's not just going to happen, and we as CFOs need to, and finance leaders, we need to step into this leadership role. We can't just be a passenger here. So what does it mean? Well, first, we need to be cross-functional by design, integrated with the rest of the organization. You need to set the culture around this. Is the business ready for it? Are they ready to lean in? Do they understand why this is necessary? Have you aligned your finance team with their key stakeholders in other parts of the business? Maybe it's an HR business partner that they work collectively with. Maybe it's other folks in operations, go-to-market teams across the business. Sometimes this might even mean having dotted lines of reporting. You want them, you know it's working well when they are seen as so integral and integrated into the other parts of the business. The next way we can help lead our team is by leveraging technology. This is how we're going to free up bandwidth for our teams, help them make those better decisions. And so we need to educate our teams on why this matters. We need to support them when they're thinking of new things and trying new tools. And we need to share amongst the teams what they're learning as we do this, celebrating those wins and even the failures along the way. And we need to strengthen trust around AI productivity and do it in a way that is responsible and safe for our businesses. And third, we need to build a culture of continuous improvement. This isn't going to happen overnight. We're going to need to keep on iterating and trying new things. And that means having that continuous improvement mindset amongst the team. That is how we approach change management, how we look at project management and our teams leading projects. And it comes down to, again, those skill sets of connected, being disruptors, being able to lead through these different projects. So when I step back and I think in summary, what are three things that are going to be key to the future of finance? I think leaning into strategy is one. We need to be able to impact and have that time to be leaning in there. Second, we need to set the pace. Like it or not, the rest of the business is taking their cues from us. And so the pace that we're setting is going to establish how quickly the rest of the organization is running along with you. And third, we have to keep embracing productivity and efficiency. This isn't going away anytime soon. And by doing this, we're going to be able to move our teams up the value chain and move our businesses forward. So back when you all decided to get into finance once upon a time, did you ever imagine that it was going to be this hard or this much fun? Your parents probably said, I know, be an accountant. You can sit in a back office and you can count beans all day. It's going to be really easy. Well, finance is not a back office function anymore. Finance needs to come to the forefront, and it's up to all of us to decide, are we going to lean into this and are we going to help? Our businesses are absolutely depending on us to do this. And what that's going to mean is we all are going to be a little bit uncomfortable, but we're going to have to embrace that discomfort and lean into it. With that, I'm going to hand it over to Thomas Krolak, who's our Vena's Director of FP&A, and he's going to talk about how FP&A is uniquely positioned to be the catalyst for change, and that's going to help us to initiate this transformation. Thomas?
Good job. All right. Hi, everyone. I'm excited to be here. It's my first time in Nashville. What an incredibly lively city. The music, the barbecue, the culture, the people. Big names like Dolly Parton, Taylor Swift, and now this guy from Toronto, Ontario. I'm going to talk to you about how FP&A is poised to be the catalyst for change. Melissa just talked to us about the challenging environment we find ourselves in, balancing short-term wins with those long-term transformations. As FP&A teams, we're more integrated with the business than ever before, and that puts us in a unique position to drive this change. My goal for today is to provide a little insight on what to focus on today in order to continue this evolution of change well into the future. I'll take a few seconds to recap the fundamentals, and then I'm going to talk about three things: getting a seat at the table, driving a culture for change, and how to prepare for the future. I'm going to keep things simple. Our overall objective is to create value for our organization. As FP&A people, it's not always easy to quantify what that value is. You know, as an example, if you're working in sales, it's pretty easy to say, hey, I generated this many sales, and that's my value to the organization. But we are here to support the organization. You know, examples like, we created that sweet budgeting process, identifying risks and finding solutions, efficiencies, driving efficiencies and cost optimization, aligning teams on long-term objectives. Whew! Those are some sexy ways to drive value. I'm going to talk about my experiences through the lens of people, process, and technology. This is the way that we can impact businesses through the fundamentals. Process helps us to deliver proactively and systematically. We can improve it, streamline it. Technology, it's our infrastructure and data. It's our tools that help us with telling the story. Process and technology need to augment how the people think. We need to make smart, informed decisions, and all three of these need to work together to make this really effective. In my opinion, the people piece is the most crucial. There's a very human element to all the work that we do. And it's very easy to become an ostrich in the sand, but it's more like actually we're in the spreadsheets and in the data. And yeah, I know we all build pretty sweet spreadsheets. We're all freaks in the spreadsheets. I don't know about you, but every single forecast and budget that I've ever put together has been perfect. It's 0 variance to budget. Just kidding, of course. Things are always changing. Daily, monthly, yearly. Us humans need to adjust to that. We need to execute based on what the data is telling us. It can be challenging to support people through that. Beyond the numbers, there are real human implications, targets to deliver, risks to mitigate, and teams to lead. We are more involved than ever in all cross-functional areas. In order to do this, we need to develop the specialization and knowledge on your FP&A team. Each function has different objectives, goals, mandates. We need to learn from the business, talk the same language, and be able to provide recommendations. The best advice I ever got about starting was start by giving them a win. Becoming a business partner takes a lot of listening and learning. We really need to flex and build those soft skill muscles. And this doesn't need to be big. The other day, I helped someone build a simple Excel model. And this is going to sound fake because I can't believe this person actually said this. I wish I didn't spend hours on this prior to coming to you. That's Excel magic. This builds trust with them. They realize that there is something in it for them, that they should be partners with you. Start small, start anywhere, just do it, like Nike tells us. Keep the momentum going. You got your foot in the door? Now run with it. Don't let that door shut. Now, become a master collaborator. Keep coming back and asking questions and learning. Keep building on your work and evolving your knowledge. The goal is to become a trusted business advisor, not a bean counter or a naysayer. We've got to get away from that stigma. Sorry about that. Let's challenge ourselves to say yes. Help the business uncover opportunities, partner with them to achieve their goals, and find alternatives to solve their problems. Once you've built this momentum, strive for the business to own your work. In my early days in FP&A, I would hear this. Well, finance is just going to tell me how much money I can spend, so why do I need to care about this? We're in the data all the time. We have an incredible skill set of distilling complex information in easy-to-understand ways. Share it. We have an obligation to them to tell the story and help them understand why they should care about this. As you learn about operational objectives and understand what drives the business, build operational models that drive financial results rather than the other way around. Then you'll really have their attention. You'll never run out of things to talk about with them. This approach really does work, okay? Give them a win, keep the momentum going, and get them to own it. We had a challenge with a business unit at one point, and that's exactly what we did. We started by helping them understand a driver of the business, and that built trust up with them. We continued to show up, ask questions, evolved our knowledge, continued to improve those models, and now that business unit will no longer have a meeting where a critical business decision needs to be made without having FP&A at the table. FP&A teams are in a really unique position, as Melissa mentioned. We have this incredible bird's eye view of what's going on in the organization. And when we can effectively share that bird's eye view with everyone, we unlock this powerful ability for collaboration and creating solutions. The FP&A team needs to make sure that we're all moving in the same direction. From that 30,000-foot view, we can navigate risks, identify when we're veering off course, and making sure that teams can see around the corner. When we look into the future, the long-range plan, we can ensure that each team is aligning to the vision of the company and objectives of the business. I love it. The business is this really incredibly big puzzle with finite resources. And we all share and play nice and fit within these parameters. And if we do this effectively, that's when we bring a ton of value. The 3 steps in becoming a business partner is a good example of continuous improvement. Our CEO, Hunter, urges us to be better, better, never best. Given our objectives are continually evolving, and our environment is constantly changing, and the need to drive efficiencies is crucial, it is crucial that we build a culture of continuous improvement. That's the one way we can combat the external pressures. As leaders, it's incumbent on us to instill this mindset within our teams. Using the crawl, walk, run approach, we can break down massive problems into smaller, achievable milestones. Remember, and as we achieve those little tiny milestones, it's really important to celebrate those. In fact, every single Monday when we start our day with our team, that's exactly what we talk about. What did we do last week that kept the progress going? And it helps us understand, hey, these little tiny wins, we're going to continue to go through them and achieve more and more. I see the power of evolution every day. Last month, we were finalizing a cash forecast. It took roughly 4 hours to start getting some insights. It used to take us days. That progress happened because we identified inefficiencies, we streamlined the process, automated the data, removed pain points. We made those little milestones. We ensured we had quick wins along the way. That's the kind of evolution that gets me out of bed, baby. Well, actually, it's my 4-year-old, but that's okay. Oh, that was my butt. Oh, pardon me. I'm skipping around here. I'm having a little technical difficulties. Sorry about that. There are a million problems in our organization, and there are a million ways to solve them, and that's why we need to be flexible. Remember, we're striving to be master collaborators. All functions have different objectives and goals. It means that we should adapt to them, not the other way around. I encourage my team to build quick, break fast, learn, and fix fast. We need to create the safe environment for our teams to learn and figure out these challenges. They need to ensure that they feel safe to make mistakes. Can we scroll down, please? Thanks. The evolution never stops. You should always question the status quo. I don't actually think that's true. Technological advances, economic conditions, competitive forces, they're always going to force us to change. For us to be successful, we need to challenge the status quo rather than react to change. We need to strive to be better, better, never best. Since I've joined Vena, we've seen significant growth. I've lived this, witnessed the evolution. And when you're in your day-to-day, it's sometimes hard to see these little incremental wins add up to something really transformative. It's easy to see those really big signposts. Hey, we achieved 10 million, 50 million, 200 million of revenue. But that's why it's on us to celebrate those little moments as we continue to pass those signposts. Those small wins, I like to reflect. A year ago, how did things look? And I'm always pretty happy. I'm always, wow, we have evolved, we have learned. It's incredible. And let's take one moment to celebrate here and give yourselves a pat on the back, because we're all here together. We're trying to learn from others. How do people do things? That means we're on that continuous improvement journey too. So give yourself a pat on the back. I started today saying how I thought people were the most critical piece in the fundamentals. And I'm always going to believe that. But I don't want to minimize the role of technology, what role technology plays in this evolution. As we evolve, we need to be part of the discussion on how the organization uses technology. One of the biggest strengths is understanding data and creating stories with that data. That also means we understand how something should be wired, and we ensure that the data doesn't mislead us. Furthermore, as we automate more, we need to ensure controls and processes are put in place to optimize that data alongside our business partners, which makes collaboration and getting a seat at the table even more critical. AI will transform our ability to deliver value by getting information, ideas, and solutions to us quicker. It's going to make us be better business partners. It's going to help us and our partners be even more proactive. But for AI to work correctly, we need to have all the fundamentals in place and working effectively. Avoid getting into this garbage in, garbage out situation. AI learns from us and uses the data we provide it and the rules we teach it. To be successful, we need to continue living the evolution. There's a lot we can continue to do on a daily basis to make sure we're successful tomorrow. Our process is built optimally. Do we have controls in place to ensure things don't break or things fall through the cracks? Is technology wired properly? Is it integrated or automated? Can we trust that the data is correct and accurate? For the process and technology to augment the people, we need to feel empowered to keep learning and keep up with technological advances. AI will ensure that we're always going to get a seat at the table and continually improve. For me, AI is so motivating. Our overall objective won't change. We're always going to need to create value. Technology or AI is always pushing us to be better than we were yesterday. Thank you so much. Have a fun time at Excelerate. I look forward to meeting all of you.
Thanks, Thomas, and thanks, Melissa. I think the next time we're together at a conference or speaking, I'm not going to follow you guys because you always cut my time a little short. So, welcome everyone. I'm really excited to be here, and like Melissa, this is the first time I've been at one of these events with Vena. I joined Vena because this problem that we're solving at Vena is all about trying to help improve the lives of a very difficult role. I've always had tremendous empathy for the FP&A professionals, having led engineering, product, technology teams for my whole career. I know how difficult a business partner, the head of technology, can be, how complex that planning can be. So when the opportunity came to really reimagine how this could be done better and work at a company like Vena that sits in the middle of that, I thought this is a great fit for me, and I'm just really excited to also be in Nashville. It's the second time I've been in Nashville, but what I learned today on my Uber here was that Nashville is a hockey town. And as a Canadian, as someone who probably put on skates before I could walk, I was excited about that, except for the fact that Toronto is also a hockey town that has not created a winner since I've been alive. So. So we're looking forward to a really great event. I did miss the line dancing practice this morning, but I've been told that you can just join in and it's not that hard to do. So what I'm going to talk to everyone about today is the power of platform and the way in which we at Vena think about the platform we're creating to help every one of you be more productive in your roles, to focus more time and energy on the strategy that underpins your business. As a technologist, as someone who really started writing software when I was in middle school, my dad brought home a computer. I've always been wowed by what's happening in technology, but more so about what it can do. So the first thing that we did when my dad brought home that computer was write a word processor, because he needed something in some way to be more productive. He had spent some money on this piece of technology. Technology isn't valuable unless you can do something very useful with it. And I think, from that point forward, for me, it's always been about this passion. What can we do with technology? In this point of time that we're in, as technology continues to thrive and evolve around us is really an incredible moment. Software has gone from being about tools, utilities to help people do their jobs better, to software that helps companies take over entire business processes or open up new business models. Think of what happened when e-commerce became possible through software. That's an entirely new business model that was created and possible because of software. As we continue to move forward, software has enabled companies to extend their reach, to talk to their customers more directly, even B2B companies having conversations through technology with their customers. And as we look a little bit further forward, we see now with the advances of cloud, with APIs that allow integration across many, many pieces of software and technology, to the promise of generative AI that can actually have those same conversations with customers, sometimes even better than people, which is both frightening in some respects, but when you see it in action, when you see it and you see those moments where you can ask a piece of technology why, it starts becoming clear the power that's in front of us. So just really excited about having everyone spend a few minutes to see this in action tomorrow, to see Vena Copilot in action tomorrow. It reminded me of something I came across some years back. It was a quote by a famous serial entrepreneur, Mark Andreessen. He said something like, "Software is eating the world." It was in the Wall Street Journal. And basically what he was saying is that for the first time, technology has come together to the point where businesses are not just buying software. They're outsourcing and bringing entire business processes to technology. And what he meant by that is software running in the cloud, connected to other applications, allows people to think about how they could run their business differently. So it's more than just buying a piece of software to solve a problem. It's about how can I run my business differently using technology. And over the next 24 minutes, I'll talk about how Vena is thinking about doing that for all of you. How can you run your business differently? How can you think about Vena as a platform to help you run your business differently? And why we want our customers to think about us not as a piece of software, as a tool and utility for their role, but as a platform to help their business run better. So platforms are hubs of agility for a business. They're growth and endless innovation enablers. And the reason that is because the value of a platform is not expressed purely in the software. It's the value is expressed in the additive nature of bringing together community, which is everyone in this room, and the power that that brings, our partners who are building solutions for customers, bringing the organization together by being able to connect with your stakeholders and get real-time feedback, not just having a process where you're sending a one-way email, but it's a collaborative interaction as the budget and forecasts and financial plans are created. I pulled this statistic because I thought it was actually right up on point about the challenge that organizations have in implementing new technology. And it's something that I've encountered in my career many, many times. Capturing the value from technology investments can be hard. And the reason that is historically, traditionally, technology investments have been done as a point in time. In organizations of many different sizes, a business case is formed for creating a technology investment against a very specifically bounded set of problems. It's a very standard way companies operate. It's the discipline we know that everyone applies to how they're thinking about these investments. These investments are not small. They have carrying costs, they have implementation costs, they have long-term lifecycle costs. The problem is that use case that built the business case is ephemeral. It changes very quickly over time. And when that use case changes and the business evolves, what organizations found who invested that way, invested in a piece of software to solve that one problem, is that it goes from 80% of the requirements being met to 70% being met, to 60% being met, to 50%. And what you find after 3 or 5 or 7 years is you have a piece of technology that's still consuming a lot of capital that's only solving 30% of the problem, and then the next cycle repeats and the next cycle repeats. So what we're trying to do at Vena is give you a platform so that doesn't happen. So that first use case gets solved on Vena, and now you have an environment, you have a community, you have an ecosystem and partners that help you bring those next set of use cases forward on your platform. Platforms don't force you to choose between this long-term evolution and the problem that you have today. And if you think about platform ecosystems, I wanted to just bring up some pretty, I hope, well-known examples of what this means, because these are, in many ways, these are examples of the power of an ecosystem. Apple, of course, is a hardware manufacturer. 52% of its revenue comes from iPhone. But the other half really is all anchored to devices, but the power of Apple is the ecosystem. If you have one Apple device, of course you have more than one. Who here only has one Apple device? It's not a lot of hands. I mean, that is the power of platform, right? The reason you have more than one Apple device is because they just simply work well together. There are 10 million different apps that run on the Apple platform. They're all built the same way. It supports a community of millions of application developers who build software and solutions. That's the power of ecosystem. In Salesforce as well, I read this statistic. It talked about the power of the Salesforce ecosystem. For every $1 of Salesforce licensing fees, there's $5 created for the ecosystem. And what that means is that the power of these ecosystems is a multiplier. And that's why investing in a platform ecosystem is the best way to ensure that you have the innovative partner to power your business, to power your transformation. And that's what we're talking about at Vena when we think about Vena as a platform. So the Vena platform is an ecosystem, and it's built on top of the Microsoft Foundation. So when we started this journey at Vena, and Hunter talked about that, we've always been about Excel. Excel has always been this anchor product, this part of the Vena platform that people start and end with. And Vena really is the only platform that allows you to start and end your financial planning journey with Excel. But it isn't just about that. It's about bringing together these two very powerful capabilities into a platform. So the Microsoft Office ecosystem that everyone here in some way is using to run their business, whether it's Excel or PowerPoint or Teams, Power BI, Microsoft Azure, all of these capabilities come together to help organizations be more productive. We layer on top the power of bringing specific purpose-built financial planning, operational planning capabilities to the Microsoft platform to enhance this investment. Everything we do is alongside in partnership with Microsoft. When they add new features and capabilities, we add new features and capabilities. And it really allows you to unlock the potential of money that you're already spending. Part of what we always talk to our customers about is that you don't need to change your tech stack to transform your finance organization. You have what you need. You need to put Vena on top of it, and that's how you transform your tech stack. And everything you'll see today around our new investments, everything we're bringing to market is consistent with that. And that's really what the power of platform is. And we will continue to add new capabilities that will continue to unlock this potential. I thought it was fitting against that as the backdrop to have a quote from Bill Gates. I'm sure everyone knows who Bill Gates is, of course. That a platform is when the economic value of everyone that uses it exceeds the value of the company that creates it. And this was something that he said in an interview that really talked about the difference between software, a single piece of software as a utility to automate a business process, and a platform. Today, there are literally hundreds of millions of pieces of software that have been written for the Microsoft platform. That is how they think about themselves, as a platform to unlock value, unlock the creative potential of organizations. The Vena platform has been purpose-built for finance and operational professionals to unlock the potential of their organizations. There are 4 key dimensions that we think of when we think about our platform. And you'll hear more about these in the sessions. I'm really excited about Andrew's product session to talk about, how these are coming to life. But I'll give you a little bit of a preview of what you'll see in those sessions. So number 1 is around productivity. When we think about productivity, we think, how can we help you be more productive in your day-to-day activities? How can we help you communicate more effectively with your stakeholder communities? And that's where we think about how do we integrate what we're doing deeper with the Microsoft Office suite. And this is where you'll hear more about Vena for PowerPoint. You'll hear more about our roadmap, which has Vena for Teams. You'll hear more about the integration we're doing with some of the advanced tools Rishi will talk about with Microsoft Fabric. So you'll hear more about all of the exciting things we're doing to help you be more productive. We think about extensibility. Hunter had a slide that talks about export API. We've got some great customer stories that talk about Vena not just as a destination for data, which everyone moves. An enormous quantity of data gets moved into Vena every day. People may not realize this, but we run hundreds of thousands of ETL jobs every day at Vena to load data from source systems, thousands of source systems, into the Vena platform on behalf of our customers every day. This is a key part of why Vena delivers value to your organization, is around loading data. We're continuing to invest to add better tooling, more tooling around extensibility, and bringing tools like our export API, but our roadmap also includes deeper integration with some of the Azure data tooling, deeper integration with more options for standard connectors, things like Microsoft Business Central. This is all about being able to bring data together, because one of the most important parts of a platform and unlocking value is around data. A big part of our investment has been self-service. It would be great if everyone in this room could build on their own their next template, their next workflow, set up their next data model. And we know that there's an amount of expertise that is required to do that. We are investing to make that easier for everyone here. We want everyone to be a master of the Vena platform. We have a new set of tooling that's coming out. We started an initiative last year we called Quick Start. It now has evolved to help clients set up that next data model. We'll continue to invest in this. We believe that this is one of the ways we can unlock the power of the Vena platform, is by giving you the same tools that our services teams today use their human expertise, but giving you tools in our platform that allows you to do this when you don't do it every day, which is always one of the challenges. Is if you don't do it every day, it's hard to learn. So we're making it a lot easier, and you'll hear more about this in a number of our upcoming sessions. And lastly, it's about insights. Last year, we launched Vena Insights, fully embedding the power of the Microsoft Power BI into the Vena platform, enabling you to do things like predictive forecasting, advanced modeling. As we bring all these capabilities together, you'll see, and Rishi's going to talk about all the really exciting and cool things that all these capabilities can do, and some really awesome examples of how you can just imagine what you can do with your organization when you bring all of these platform capabilities together. So really just quickly, I'll just go through some of the pillars of the platform in a little bit more depth, and some kind of key points that I think we talked about a little bit with Melissa's session. 52% of CFOs turning technology to boost technology and productivity for their organization. It's a top 3 priority. It's probably, top 1 priority for organizations. When you unpack this, you look also at the macroeconomic conditions that we think that we want people to think about, which is that it's hard to acquire a new software solution for each problem that your business may have. We think that with the power between what you can do already with Office 365 Productivity Suite and with Vena, you can solve not just today's problem for your organization, you can solve your future problems. When you see the demo for Vena, for Microsoft PowerPoint, we're expecting everyone to just take a deep breath and say, wow, because it really is awesome. I've seen a lot of technology demos. This one is worth stopping to see just how easy it is to tell the narrative, right? Tell the story, because ultimately humans in so many ways are driven by stories. And data is interesting, but it's not necessarily useful if people don't understand the story. And everything we're doing today and launching today, whether that's Copilot or whether that's PowerPoint, is about helping you tell stories about your data. So we need to bring all the data together in a platform. We need to make it easier to add new sources of data. We need to make it easy to work with new sources of data. But we also want to make it easy for you to tell that story. And we want you to be able to do it quickly and efficiently. When you get that request, can you turn this into a PowerPoint deck? And then you send it out 5 minutes later. That will create a wow moment in your business, because that's something that probably would have taken 2 or 3 days. So those are the kinds of investments we're making, and that's really the power that we're bringing with our platform. Extensibility is really about more and more data. So we are seeing an explosion of data, and this is where all of our customers are bringing more data to the Vena platform. Most companies, in order to do their financial plan, are working with 10 or more data sources in some way, shape, or form. It's one of the unique powers of our platform. We have invested a lot in performance and scalability to be able to accommodate more and more data sets. We see that from our customers, and we've also been layering in more and more capabilities to work with data to extend it out into other source systems, but also be able to work with source systems. And again, Andrew's got some really, really cool demonstrations and customer stories that we'll bring about how customers, like everyone in this room, are using these capabilities to really amplify their results. But also really, what's so exciting about this is the productivity savings that it drives. And it's not just moving from 1 hour to 20 minutes. We see customers going from days and tens of days to hours and sometimes minutes in some of their cycles. And that's what's so exciting. When you bring all of your data together and you produce a forecast in 4 minutes instead of 4 days, it is pretty powerful for your organization. And that's how we think about how all of these tools work together. And lastly, I talked about this a lot, and you'll hear more about it through this conference. This conference, in a lot of ways, is about mastery. You've all, in some way, connected yourselves with Vena, either a customer or a prospect. You're part of a finance organization that's using Vena, part of an operations group that's planning with Vena. This is about building mastery. And everything we want to do is make everyone here an expert at Vena. Because if you're all experts at Vena, you'll continue to invest in us, we'll continue to invest in you, and we'll be able to together transform the businesses that you all run. We're bringing you not just knowledge and best practices, solution starters that help you go from an annual budget process to maybe a monthly forecast, to a financial close, to CapEx planning, to workforce planning. All of these building blocks, bringing together, making them more accessible, and making it easier for you to take the next step with or without the support of Vena. We imagine a world where we've also brought together all of our capabilities with the power of generative AI to really bring all of these technologies together and make them easier to use. Imagine if you're building a workflow and you could say, add another group that I want to do a notification to, and that just happens. Imagine you're building a template and you say, add these dimensions and map them to this cube. So all of those things are coming, and that's how we see enhancing productivity, but it's also how we see building mastery in some of these areas of the platform that are amazing. They deliver a ton of value, but they're hard to use if you don't use them every day. We've heard that from our customers loud and clear, and that's where we're investing. And lastly, not lastly. Insights is an area where we've made a big investment, and it really falls into this category of, that I talked about earlier, about the narrative. This ability to turn data into pictures, has been from the beginning of time the most powerful part of human storytelling. So the first human stories, of course, were done with paintings, and there's a reason for that. People say a picture is worth 10,000 words. It might be more, but it's certainly worth more than 10,000 cells in an Excel spreadsheet. You can't send out a 10,000 row Excel deck to the CEO and say, here are your data, your answers in here. But what you can do is you can distribute, an awesome dashboard with visuals, click here, look here, and that really tells the story. So it's so important for us that we take the view that how can we help you all be more productive? And this, I think, is one area that really helps people. If you're not using this capability today, I encourage you to take another look at it. We've made significant improvements in these areas in terms of how you get up and running quickly. We've added features in our platform under the covers to unlock these capabilities. We don't, they're not the top line features that we talk about, but things like dimension and member tagging, where you can tag a dimension and say, now I can use it in Vena Insights directly without having to go through a complex redesign of data models. So these are all things that we've been adding to the platform that help you be more productive, help you access these features if you haven't been able to use them yet. We've been making big investments so that you can access them and bring this kind of capability to your business. We think that it's very important. It's an important part of the job every day to be able to be ready to answer these questions. And one of the coolest things you'll see from the demonstrations of Copilot is exactly that. An email comes in, what's the seasonal trend between this period and that period? And rather than it being, oh, let me go find that data, the answer just comes back with a spreadsheet. And imagine now I can say, turn this into a dashboard, turn this into a PowerPoint presentation. I've now just changed the way my job works. The work that I do every day just changed. I can get back to focusing on driving more strategic insights, thinking about how I organize the data for my company, thinking about how I can offer more strategic insights, and let the system, let the platform do the work to answer and visualize and help you tell the narrative in a more productive manner. So the last thing I'll close with is this moment around generative AI. And it's, as I said at the start, as someone who has spent pretty much my whole life playing in some way with technology, I was the kid that took the radio apart. I was the kid who tried to figure out, how it worked. And sometimes I was successful putting it back together. Sometimes I wasn't. But I learned how these things work, so I've always been fascinated. This is a very different technology. It's a very interesting and fascinating piece of technology. It is, in so many ways, completely different from many other pieces of technology. Every technology, generally speaking, is deterministic. The lines of code describe, in some respects, almost perfectly what a piece of software will do, even if it does something anomalous. It was programmed to do something anomalous. Generative AI is a very abstract technology that obviously people have been working on for a very, very long time. It does, for the first time, give organizations the capability to do something that would historically have required some capacity of a team to be able to come up with these answers. And the power of the technology, when applied correctly, is that it can actually sit beside you and help you be more productive by distributing work. Some of it can be done directly by the platform. Some of it, the most of it, will be done by yourselves. But that unlocking of that toil is just so critical, and this is the opportunity. And in building this piece of technology alongside Microsoft, which we couldn't have done it without our amazing partners from Microsoft. You'll get a chance to meet our Microsoft partner, Sultan, at the back there, tomorrow in Andrew's session, is the ability to do it for financial data, to do it unique to everyone's cube, everyone's financial model set up, to do it in a way that respects the boundaries that we understand very well about how important it is to protect data privacy of each customer, how to ensure that we're not mixing things that we ought not to be mixing, but how to make sure that people, when they start rolling this out and they start playing with it, that it doesn't do anything unexpected. So putting the power of this technology into the hands of the FP&A teams that we serve so that they can safely deploy this technology to help them improve their productivity. So it's not just about what you see visually, which is this chat bot that you can interact with. Underneath that, we've done all the work around how to do it securely, how to make sure that it's resilient, how to make sure that it's not doing something that you wouldn't want it to do in this organization. And that's the foundation that we're announcing today at this conference for all of you. And as you can see from our roadmap, we have a number of very exciting things coming. Our teams and a deeper 365 integration, the ability to generate templates to help you build workflows, and then to build scenarios. Imagine you could ask Copilot, build me an entirely new data model setup scenario if this store was closed and what that would look like. Imagine me running my business without this store as part of it. So those are the kind of things we're doing. Those are the investments we're making. And we've taken a first big step today around enabling and unlocking this capability. So, and you'll see a bunch more of it coming. I'm really excited about the rest of the conference. Thanks, everyone, for listening, and look forward to interacting and mingling with you. Thank you.
All right, thank you for being so patient. We are obviously really excited about everything being launched. Most important for me is I'm excited to see what you all will start to do with the platform and the new products and new functionality. When Hugh joined the company now, I think it's just over maybe 3 years now. When Hugh joined the company and started digging into the platform and got so excited about it, he said, our job over the next number of years is to unlock the value of the platform that customers can derive on their own. So thinking about the technology and the ways we're building to make it easier and easier for you all to unlock that power. And that's the journey we're on. We're excited to see that. And also have to say, I've actually never seen our director of FP&A, Thomas, ever be that excited. That was actually kind of awesome. We are back here for the art of the possible. So Rishi Gover, co-founder, chief solutions architect, is going to do some amazing stuff for you. Actually going to be in demo, in product. So art of the possible at 3 p.m. if you want to see it back here. We're so happy you're with us, and let's have a fun time the next few days. Thanks all.
everyone, and welcome back. Hopefully everyone had a chance to get some coffee, some snacks. My name is Rishi Grover. I'm one of the co-founders here at Vena and our Chief Solutions Architect, and it's my absolute pleasure to be hosting this keynote session, which is all around architecting the future of finance and how do you innovate in the Vena platform. So this is going to be, as Hunter mentioned, all things the art of possible. And as Hugh mentioned, when we look at the Vena product, it really was and is architected fundamentally as a platform. And it is a platform, of course, that we fine-tune and we productize for FP&A use cases, extended planning use cases. But what I wanted to get in today is how do we leverage the Vena platform, but leverage all of the key critical building blocks of the technology, and how can we rearrange those building blocks to be able to build beautiful solutions for lots of different use cases that might be specifically for FP&A, adjacent to FP&A, or nothing even to do with FP&A. So really kind of wanted to take a step back, look at the platform as a whole, the building blocks, and then we're going to actually go through an example in product to show you exactly how a use case is done for advanced predictive forecasting, leveraging our building blocks as well as other technologies that you might already have in-house within your technology ecosystem. So with that, this is just an extension from what Hugh presented. So again, we really want to talk about the platform, and I think the key thing here on this slide is all things endless innovation. So we're going to go through one use case. I'm actually going to bring up some other examples in terms of what our customers are doing and how they extend the Vena application. But this is all about how do you take the investment that you've already done with the Vena application, the Vena platform, how do you grow more, how do you innovate, how do you build new use cases? So let's kind of take a look at the Vena platform as you know it today. So of course, as you know, we call our platform the complete planning platform. And all the different types of use cases that are possible, the way that we articulate them are into finance-led planning, extended planning, which is much more on the operational side, as well as beyond planning. And beyond planning being a lot of those use cases, again, that are adjacent to the Office of Finance. So things like the month-end close process, account reconciliations, incentive compensation management, and things like that. But all of that is built on these core principles, if you will, on the Vena application. So the first is the ability to model without compromise. And that is the unique combination that Vena has around our multidimensional OLAP database, which is our CubeFlex database technology, as well as our ability to support Excel without compromise. So whatever you can dream in Excel, Vena will be able to support, and we take these amazing Excel models and we make them into enterprise solutions by mapping it to our core underlying database, the Vena CubeFlex technology. And then it's all things operational efficiency. So how do you now drive collaboration? How do you embed these Excel models, your input templates, reports, into a repeatable, very dynamic workflow to promote great collaboration across the organization, facilitate things like reporting, analysis, what-if modeling, and also, as we're going to talk about more during this the conference, how do you build these very beautiful, dynamic PowerPoint presentations? And then, as Hugh and Hunter also touched on, is what's our perspective on artificial intelligence for the Office of Finance. And our perspective there are three main categories. So AI-powered analytics, so that's all things Vena Insights. Bringing in the power of Power BI directly in the Vena platform, but productizing all of that data modeling. Having Vena Insights connecting to the Vena CubeFlex technology. Today, we're going to touch on predictive forecasting, both on how we do it in Excel, as well as doing some more advanced machine learning modeling using Python. And of course, all things Gen AI, and of course, we're going to be talking a lot more about Vena Copilot for FP&A. So when we look at the Vena platform, with our solution also comes with a lot of what we call pre-configured solutions. And these pre-configured solutions are segmented into, again, those three main areas, so finance-led planning. So this is, the Vena foundation for FP&A, that core pre-configured solution, Vena for CapEx planning, Vena for workforce planning. And when we get to extended planning is we have a bunch of different pre-configured solutions by industry. And these are pre-configured solutions that are built by Vena. They are built by our amazing partners. And also we have pre-configured solutions around beyond planning. So taking one step further here. So what exactly is a pre-configured solution in the Vena application? And what's the actual architecture of it? So the architecture of it is exactly what we're seeing here. And I actually wanted to give an analogy, and I will be giving an analogy here, in terms of relating this to baking a cake and baking a cake with ingredients. And when I was thinking of building that analogy, I realized I don't know how to bake a cake. So I actually went on ChatGPT and I asked what are the main ingredients for baking a cake. And I know this is all in my head, but it felt like ChatGPT was laughing at me because it was so basic. Flour, sugar, butter, eggs, and baking soda. So I learned something new today. So that is the analogy I'm going to make on what a pre-configured solution is taking the ingredients of Vena, and we are pre-baking that cake for you. So we're taking the flour, the sugar, the butter, everything else I just read there, which I'm going to forget, and we are pre-baking that cake for you that then you can put into the oven, and that basically will finish that configuration, but it is fine-tuning it for your specific business requirements. You can add on your own ingredients, some seasonal fruit, and things like that. So that's basically the way that I look at pre-configured solutions is we have pre-productized some fundamental building blocks in the Vena application. And as you also know, you can bring in any one of your existing Excel models directly into the application. And the way I look at your own Excel models is this is kind of like your company's secret recipe, something that you've been working on for years and years, and you can take that secret recipe and you can bake that in the Vena application on the Vena platform by using all of our building blocks. So that's the analogy that I'm going to go with here, and how it all comes together. So if you take an example of one of your Excel files or your secret recipe, is now we can take that, we renovate it, we optimize it in the Vena application. Ultimately, we dynamically map that to Vena CubeFlex, where Vena CubeFlex is connecting to your source systems, your GL system, your fixed asset system, any kind of data warehouses to bring in that financial data, that operational data. And then basically we put all that into action in a Vena workflow. So that drives the collaboration. We're collecting all of your user inputs. So now I can start to generate some amazing insights from all this data. So this is our perspective on AI-powered visuals for Vena Insights, which again is Power BI productized in the application. We're going to talk more tomorrow in the product roadmap session in terms of now, full alignment in terms of communication. So Vena for PowerPoint, Vena for Teams, and ultimately now, using Vena Copilot, which you can just almost really just plug and play into your Vena CubeFlex model. And right away, you can start to ask questions like we're seeing here to generate insights. So taking our pre-configured solutions, taking your Excel models, and having the ability to do exactly what we're showing here, and putting this all together in the Vena platform. So now let's start to kind of deconstruct that a little bit. So what we're looking at here now is all of those building blocks in the Vena platform. And these are all the building blocks that we leverage to create those pre-configured solutions. So some things I just want to highlight here, and there's a lot of building blocks. These, I would say, are the main ones. Everything really for Vena starts at Vena CubeFlex. So that is kind of the beating heart of the Vena application, of all your different use cases and processes. And we leverage all of our different integration methodologies, or ultimately our open data APIs, so import APIs, export APIs, to connect to all your different source systems to bring in that data needed for that particular use case, and also being able to integrate with other systems you might have in-house. So these could be things like Microsoft Fabric or Fabric Data Factory, or you might have some other solutions where you are running Python algorithms as an example. And you want to take Vena data, you want to bring it into that environment in a programmatic way, do some kind of computation or some modeling with that data, and then also programmatically bring it back into Vena CubeFlex. And then from there, if I take a look at Vena Template Studio on the top right there, taking any Excel file, any Excel model, connecting that into Vena CubeFlex, wrapping a whole process around it, using Vena Insights to generate insights, and just so many other things that you can do within the Vena application. So what we're going to do today is we're going to take a look at Vena in these specific building blocks, and we're going to do some baking. So let's see it in action, and what I want to show everyone is how we can leverage these building blocks to do some very interesting use cases. And the one that we're going to look at is machine learning forecasting. And this is going to be a combination of not only leveraging Microsoft Excel, because Microsoft Excel does have a lot of amazing machine learning features and functions within Excel. And what I've seen with our customers and just in general in the market, a lot of reasons why companies don't leverage that technology within Excel is because for these machine learning models to work effectively, it requires a lot of data and it requires very structured data to be able to do that. But Excel completely on its own, as we all know, it can become unstructured. And data is not always predictable in the way that it's going to be imported and formatted, so it's more difficult to use those features within Excel. But now, looking at Excel within Vena is we're connected to CubeFlex. And CubeFlex brings that structure. It brings all of this data put together. It normalizes financial data, operational data. So now you can use a lot of these very cool Excel features to drive predictive forecasting. But also, we're going to explore Microsoft Fabric, and more specifically, Microsoft Fabric Data Factory, and how we use our APIs to be able to connect with systems like that, so we can do much more advanced predictive forecasting using technologies and programming languages like Python and other things like, excuse me, and other things like that. And if anyone is new to Microsoft Fabric Data Factory, effectively what that is, I'm just going to read this out here. And Data Factory empowers you with a modern data experience to ingest, model, and transform data for a broad set of use cases. And if you look there on the right, Microsoft Fabric is actually a very big investment area for Microsoft. You're going to see the Microsoft booth outside here, and you can speak to Sultan. He was sharing with me how much Microsoft is really putting a lot of bets on the Fabric technology. And it might be difficult to see here, but there's so many different product suites that's under Fabric, which actually also includes Microsoft Power BI is now under Fabric, and also things like Data Factory. So the example that we're going to use is connecting CubeFlex with Data Factory using our APIs and building this awesome advanced predictive forecasting model within the Vena application. So with that, give me 1 second before you toggle over to the screen. Just got to relog in here. Okay, so what we're seeing here now is, I'm not going to take that risk. So what we're seeing here now is, think of what we're seeing here as those different building blocks, but now it's orchestrated within a Vena workflow. So we're going to walk through basically how all of these are put together and how we build out this predictive planning process. But at a high level, what we're going to walk through is, I'm going to make the assumption that, hey, we have the Vena CubeFlex data model, which we're going to explore together, but I've already done the integration. I've brought in the relevant data from my GL system, from a data warehouse. So I have my financial data, I have any kind of operational data. And the use case that we're going to show here is around doing predictive forecasting for the units, the units sold by product, by customer. So I'll go through the data model in a second, but the fictitious company that we're going to walk through is a company that sells e-bikes across different geographies, across different customers. So that's the example that we're going to give. So the ultimate goal here is to create this predictive planning process for units sold so we can accelerate the planning process, but also have higher data accuracy as well. And just to note, if anyone here is interested in exploring how this will work within your Vena implementation, or curious to learn more about it, please reach out to me anytime during this session. I'll be spending a lot of time in the demo booth area with my colleagues, or reach out to any one of your customer success managers, and we'll be very happy to go into more detail with you and look at your solution to see exactly how you can experiment with this or actually try it out with your implementation. So we're going to assume that the data is loaded, and then we're going to go through a step of setting up some of the machine learning models. So there's so many different machine learning models out there, hundreds of them. The good thing here is that these are already technologies that data science engineers have built and evolved over quite some time. So the nice thing here now is these are very mature models that us as finance individuals, we can take these and we can feed in our data sets and get the results out. But with any kind of machine learning model, there's always some parts of configuration. Like how much historical data do I want to use and how many years out do I want to project? And what's important to my business? Is it seasonality? Are there a lot of different slopes or trends in my data? And based upon those characteristics is where we find what is that right machine learning model specific for your business. So we're going to go through that. And then we're going to show how we can now take the Vena data, load it into Data Factory, show how the processing happens there. And basically all this is doing is it's writing back to the Vena data model, and it's creating new scenarios. So just like you have your actual scenario where all your GL data comes in from, you'll have your budget data, your budget scenario, your forecast. We're just creating a bunch of different predictive scenarios as well. And we're leveraging different technologies to basically fuel that data set. So once we're done with the Fabric integration, we're going to show the results of what was fed back. And then we're going to start a bottom-up planning process. And we'll show now how we can use those predictive values, again, to help accelerate that planning process. And then we'll do some reporting, we'll do some insights. OK, so before I actually play this process, I first want to go through Vena Insights dashboard. And in here, the first thing I want to do is I want to give the example of what the actual Vena data model looks like. So for this data model that we're gonna create predictive values for, we're gonna have different entities. So these are the different locations that this company sells into. So Canada, the United Kingdom, United States, and so forth. And within each country, I have different products that I'm selling. And these are examples of different e-bikes that my company sells. And for all my different entities, I have different customers, like Costco, like Target, like Walmart, and so forth. And here now, basically, what we can see is when I look at this trend analysis, this is showing here's all the actual data that already exists in the Vena data model. So here we have 1, 2, 3, 4. We have 4 years of historical data, and we can leverage all that data, push it over to Data Factory, and help it generate the outcome of the predictions. So we're going to get that. We're going to get to that after we go through the whole process. But one thing also that I do want to show here, I'm going to zoom into this map. So these are all the different locations that I sell into. And as you know, with Vena Insights, with any data point, you can hover over, you can see what that value is. And at any point, you can always do a drill through. So if I drilled into the United States, what this is now showing me, and this is just to give you a bit more context of the data model example that we're going to be working through. But the accounts that we are going to feed into Data Factory, and that it's going to project out, is all going to be my units sold across my different customers, across the different locations, and across the different products. So here's basically all the data that we're going to be feeding into Data Factory. And also here, we can right away see that there is some seasonality with my data. Like we can already kind of tell here, towards Q4 is where sales typically, it typically spikes, most likely due to holidays or things like that. But these are some considerations that these predictive models really take into context to help produce that much more accurate predictive forecast. Okay, so we are going to, actually, before I carry on, if I look at my scenarios here. So these are all the different predictive models that we're going to calculate, or show how it's calculated, rather. I'll get into a bit more on the descriptions of exactly what these are and the differences between them. But here, if I load, let's say my ARIMA one, my ETS one, and let's say the profit one, And maybe just so it's clear on the chart, let's remove some of these years. Okay, so here now what we're seeing is the trend of my actual data. And again, based upon these different machine learning models, they're going to make certain assumptions, and they're going to project out in different ways. So based upon my country or my product, there might be one model that's correct, or potentially a blend of these different models that makes it more accurate. So we're going to come back to this later. We're going to show exactly how we'll take a look at different predictive models, and we'll go through the planning process and show exactly how we can use this in a very easy way to help my end users with their bottom-up process. Okay, so let's come back now to the main workflow. And now I'm going to go ahead and we're going to just play this. So again, I'm going to make the assumption that we've already done the data load into Vena CubeFlex. So the first step now is going to be setting up what are those machine learning models I want to use, and what are some of the parameters that I need to define such that it'll produce those predictive outcomes. So now I've played the process. Let's come to my contributor view here. Okay, so now I see exactly what is assigned to me, which is pretty much everything in this process for purposes of demonstration. So we have a couple of tasks that are coming up, but right now we're going to go ahead and do that machine learning model setup. So here, I'm going to go ahead and check that out. So this is now going to open up that template. And basically here, what we're now trying to do is say, these are the ML models that I want the system to produce. But this is the information that we need to do an accurate prediction. Very simple. We made this very digestible to kind of see. And basically, as you can see here, for each one of those models, and what I'm actually showing here are the actual technical names for these machine learning models. You can call this obviously whatever you would like to. You can use one, you can use many. There's dozens and dozens of these predictive models that are out there. But for any model, what we do need to know is how many months out or how many time periods out do you want to be able to predict, and how much historical data are you going to provide it when doing that prediction. And also, within our data, there's always times where there's going to be zero values in historical data. For whatever reason that might be, it'll be different business by business, but how do you want the system to treat zeros? Do you just want to take the time period before and after and average it out? Do you want to actually keep it zero because that actually has some seasonality to your business? But you basically define that here, and that's all you really need to define. So these are the baseline parameters for any machine learning model to be able to do what it does best. And here we have a worksheet that basically describes what are the benefits of those different types of machine learning models, how exactly do they work. I'm not going to go through all these, just a couple of examples. If I look at exponential smoothing as an example here. So as you can see here, these are ideal for data that does have seasonality, but is not impacted by external factors. The seasonality and trends is all due to the business as usual nature of our business. Other examples here are ARIMA models as an example. So probably a term that you may have heard, but this is really good if there are external seasonal patterns as an example. Profit is one that was made by Facebook. So this actually gets down to a lot of kind of daily observations of the data, and it handles things like holidays and weekend data. It handles that very well in the application as well. So just want to give a little bit of education if this is a new subject for the audience. But here all we're defining, these are the models. And the only other thing that we want to do here, and this is relevant to Vena, is what data do you want to feed into a system like Fabric Data Factory for it to produce its values? You don't have to do it for your entire cube. You can do it just for this product segment or just for this customer. So all we're doing here is we're defining the parameters that Data Factory needs to do its magic, and then it just returns the results back into Vena. And then there's just so many things we can do with that data, as I'll show here in a moment within the Vena application. Okay, so I am going to close out of here. So I'm done that. I'm going to go ahead and click Submit. Okay, so now if I come back to the main workflow, so now we're at the point where we finished that initial model setup. And this generally would be a one-time thing that you would do. We do have customers that are doing almost exactly what I'm describing here. And every quarter, they might go ahead and they might update some of their parameters or any of those details, but they're just basically re-executing this for every forecasting cycle. But now what's going to happen is it's now going to ingest all that data into Data Factory. Data Factory will do all of these computations, and then it will put the data back into the Vena Cube, and then I can go ahead and start to do the planning process. So for those of you that are interested or new into Fabric Data Factory, very intuitive tool to use, very, very powerful. I'm just going to be touching the surface on what it's able to do. The objective of this meeting is not to go into Fabric Data Factory, but if you are interested in it, please, by all means, please reach out to me or the members of my team, and we're more than happy to go into here. But basically, what we have designed here is this workflow that we're seeing here. And the first step of this workflow, as we can see here, is the Vena CubeFlex data feed. And all we have done here is we've leveraged our open APIs to basically bring in data to connect to Vena CubeFlex. And each one of these notebooks is for each one of those ML models. And again, we don't have to learn these ML models. We don't need to learn Python. This is publicly available open source code. We're able to leverage them, fine tune as needed, but the most important part is injecting the prerequisite data. In this case, it'll be the Vena data. So this process just goes ahead, and for each one of these models, in this case, it's running Python code. It generates all those values, and then the last step, again, using our open APIs to push that directly back into Vena. Okay, so we're not going to go much more into Data Factory. We're now going to be, let's go back to the workflow. We're now back at the point where, okay, that's now completed, and it's loaded the values back into those new scenarios now within the Vena scenario dimension. So before I go into the actual user inputs, we're going to go into a predictive scenario analysis example. Okay. So that, for us, is just a report. And what this is showing is what was fed back into the Vena application. All right, so now I'm going to get some page options here. So now it's going to ask, hey, for what set of the Vena data do you now want to see what the results were? In this case, I'm going to go ahead and just say all of my North American entities for all of my customers for all of my products. And as if you remember, we had the actuals up to 2023, and we're forecasting 2024 for, I believe, 2 years. So here, I'll just pick my 2024 data. So now this is basically bringing back, and what we're seeing over here towards the bottom is every combination of customer and product. What were those actual data points that we fed in? And this is just a yearly summary. And what were all of the predicted values for 2024? And here at the top, basically, it's just giving me a summary. Maybe just to see this a bit more clearly, let's see, what's a good customer to work with? How about we look at, let's look at Walmart. Okay, so more digestible here. So for Walmart, these are the 4 products that we sell. And here at the top, basically what this is saying is these were the new scenarios that was generated. It was run at this time. There are some machine learning kind of metrics out there that help determine what is that accuracy of that prediction. And basically what this does is if I fed 3 years of historical data, it'll do the predictions, but then it'll do the same for just 2 years. It'll do a prediction, and then it'll compare what it predicted versus the actuals that it already had. And based upon that, it gives a sense of guidance on percentage accuracy. So these are some terms that are out there. Really, the main idea here is the lower the number, the better. But here's some guidance for the finance user. That, hey, all of these actually did give some good results, but for this combination of products, the best one actually is that profit model. So here, I can see exactly, here's my data points for 2020, for 2023, and if I look at the profit model, it's now giving me a high-level view of exactly how those numbers look like. And if I want to explore more, as you know with Vena, for any data point, I can do a drill down. And the drill down will now basically show me here's all of that underlying data. So here, if I took a look at, just or focus in rather on my customer and our product. So now it's showing basically here are all of the values that was produced. In this example by Microsoft Data Factory, it could have been any other application where it can run these machine learning models. But effectively here, it just shows all of those different values. And as also you know with the Vena application, any data point, if I do a drill saves, it'll tell me what is the source or how is that number generated. And as you can see here, it was an ETL job. It was, again, using those open data APIs, but now the data was fed back from Data Factory, so I see exactly where that number came from. OK, so all this part over here is just validating that the system ran as expected. Here are the values that it created. And now, once these data points are in the Vena application, there's just a breadth of use cases that you can now do. I'm thinking of one of our customers that's a very large pharmaceutical industry. And they use us to do all of their SKU level revenue forecasting. They have 40,000 plus different SKUs. And they are using a routine very similar to this, where they're feeding a lot of historical data. And they're using Python. They're very fine-tuned Python in their example to predict out future values. And they're doing that by location, by product. And then what they do basically is every reforecasting cycle, they copy those values using Vena versioning from the predictive scenario into the user's forecast scenario. So now when every product manager opens up their input template for their products, they already see data preceded. This is what the system predicted. So now basically they spend less mental energy starting from scratch or a rollover from the previous season or the previous cycle. Now they put more time and energy into being a lot more strategic and making adjustments to those data sets. So they have really seen both a accuracy improvement. They're actually at a 94% accuracy using the predictive model, which is outstanding. And it just fundamentally has streamlined their whole planning process, just making it that much faster. So that's an example of how customers leverage this data. Other examples could be that let the end user make that choice. So business as usual, they do their bottom-up sales planning process in this example. But in their input template, they can see what did the system predict. And they can choose to use those data points or adjust those data points. That's another example. The other example I see our customers doing is after these values are generated, business as usual on their bottom-up planning process. But when they're done their bottom-up planning process, the FP&A management team looks at a variance report and sees here were all the user inputs, but this is what the system predicted. And if there's a high variance or a big offset, then I can focus my attention on why is there a variance there, as opposed to looking all over the place. So it also can kind of fine-tune my attention on where I want to do some more data analysis. So the example that we're going to walk through is a bottom-up planning process where the end users have the option of being able to use what the system predicted or doing what they would like to do otherwise, or a combination of both. OK, so with that, I'm going to go to my input template. Check this out. OK, so for this template now, we're going to go ahead and I'll maybe, how are we doing on time? Oh, we're doing pretty good on time. So we are predicting out, or we're entering in my unit sales by product. My assigned entity will be the states. Let's pick target, and let's pick all of our products. So think of this now as any one of your Vena input templates. This could be an OpEx template. It could be a workforce planning template. In this case, it's a sales planning template. Where basically here, I have my assigned territory. I see all of my products that I am responsible for. I see the last 2 years of historical data that I can zoom into, see it by month. I can drill transactions, all that great Vena functionality. But now basically, I am now responsible for inserting or entering in what is my unit sold per product. And then also, we have our price per unit. And that will just multiply out to get what is my total revenue or my total sales by product. So here now, I can, of course, just start to type in numbers as I would normally do within a Vena template. But here, by product, we also have all of these different planning methods. So this is just an extension of what you may have seen in one of our pre-configured templates for OpEx template, where we have already productized these different types of driver patterns here. So you'll see a lot of things that are familiar here, like I want to do a flat spread or an even spread, take my last year's data, do a percentage increase or a dollar increase. But here's also where within Excel, as I mentioned, there are a lot of machine learning functions within there. So I can do linear regressions, I can do seasonal regressions, a lot of pretty cool functionality here. So if I did, for example, a linear regression, it'll go ahead and calculate that out. So it's going from 398 to 471 to now 590. Maybe for the second product here, I want to do a seasonal regression or a multilinear regression. And then accordingly, it'll use a different part of Excel's technology to be able to predict that out. But again, this is just Excel. I can go ahead and there, and I can make any kind of adjustments I want to. But now, if I scroll down here, now we can see, hey, here are all of the machine learning predictions that Fabric generated. So this is that example, is we can now extend the way that you do your forecasting and just include what the system predicted and allow the user to kind of explore these. And of course, we'll give more descriptive names. In this case, I did want it to be a little bit technical because I did want to give a bit of education around these different amazing machine learning models. But if I did something like an ETS forecast as an example, it'll go ahead and it'll actually show me what those values were. And also, it's going to give me that same color coding that we saw on the other template that's giving me some guidance on the percentage accuracy. Is this a recommended scenario? If you see a red, then this is not the right one for you as an example. And the yellow is, yeah, it's pretty suitable, but go ahead there and make some more, it makes some more user-defined adjustments. The other thing also I want to mention on this template before I show another example is also we can give some guiding dashboards. So here's a dashboard basically where we're looking at, again, all the actual data. And then we can see here towards the top is, I can select, all of my different products as an example, and I can just toggle, if an ETS forecast versus an ARIMA forecast, and basically it's just taking that and just showing me how it could look like. So these dashed lines is what the system is predicting, and it's giving me kind of a threshold of an upper bound and lower bound of kind of a risk tolerance, if you will. And then this darker line here is what is my plan data that I'm entering in on the other template. So this is helping me with some analytics, also giving me some insights, what are my top 3 products, my bottom 3 products, some more insights in terms of how I'm inputting my data, but just some more guidance as I am adopting a newer technology, exploring machine learning models. But ultimately, I'll do whatever I need to do to be happy with these numbers, and we're going to go ahead and hit save, and all that's now written back to the Vena database. But now it's writing back to my plan scenario. If I just showed another quick example here of a different customer. So we did Target. Let's take a look at Walmart. Because for Walmart, as you remember, the profit model was actually the one that had that bright green. Like, this is the most accurate model for this specific customer, this example. So here, let's just clear out my other example. So we're starting from the same scratch. So here, basically now what I can say is for this first product, I want to use, actually for all of them, I'll just say, you know what, I trust that that is the most accurate model. So I can just make everything that profit forecast, and it just autofills exactly what my forecasted values are. And again, I can see what the trends are. We can see spark lines and things like that to actually help visualize what that trend looks like. But here also we can see that there are certain values where I did not have any historical value. So this is now a new product that's being introduced to this customer where historically I have not sold to that customer before. So of course, using a predictive model doesn't make sense in that example. So in this case here, maybe I just want to use an Excel-generated way of doing that. In this case, I'll do an even spread and say, this product I think is going to resonate very similarly to the Spark Deluxe. And maybe I'll just say I'm going to do 1,300 units there. And let's do the same for the other product that doesn't have any historical data. Let's make that, let's say, 1,000. OK, so now let's go ahead and do that save. So now if I kind of come back to the main workflow for a moment, just to reiterate where we were. So we went through this whole process. Here now we're doing that bottom-up planning process. Of course, we would most likely have multiple tasks for that, by country, by product segment, things like that. But this is where now all the users are inputting their forecast data, having the guidance of predicted values, that it's completely up to you on, as you ease into this technology, do you want to pre-seed everything for the end users? Do you want to educate them and give them the visibility and transparency into how it was calculated and give them the option? But what I would say here is, very importantly, regardless of methodology, the trust comes after multiple cycles. Where afterwards, they're done their planning cycle, is to show, hey, this is exactly what you planned for. This is your actual versus plan. But these are the system predicted values, and here are the actual versus system predicted values. And over time, you can start to fine-tune these models so they become more and more accurate. Then the end users will actually just naturally see how it does become more accurate and the time savings that's actually involved here as well. And then you're easing into more having those predictive data points pre-seeded into their forecast. And that customer that I was referencing went exactly through that maturity of machine learning forecasts, where now their reforecasting cycle is not only faster, but they're doing it much more frequently because of the trust that they have within that data sets. So as a last step here, if I come back into our insights dashboard, so this is now where we saw all those different predictive values. And now if I just go ahead and add my, if I add my plan, so there it goes. So there now we have that plan. So for me, inputting that information, using some of these as guidance, shows exactly where my plan falls and what is it relative to the other scenarios that the system has predicted. And of course here we can go ahead, we can slice and dice this data. Maybe let's just take a look at, I'll pick back on Walmart here. So everything will now update. Of course I can clean up exactly what scenarios I do want to see here, but now I can slice and dice this by customer, by product, by time period, and things like that. And also you'll have views like this where I can take a look at, hey, what's a comparison between two different ML models? Or let's go ahead and compare for Walmart the profit model and compare that versus what my plan inputs were. So now I can see, hey, these were all of my user inputs, and that blue dotted line there is all the plan data. The grayish, brownish looking one is that profit model. So I can see exactly how they're similar or different and what were those variances. Again, this just gives me, as the FP&A manager, some guidance, some analytics to better ensure the accuracy of the data points and being able to kind of focus my attention on where I want to do some analytics. So that is the presentation part of the demo part of my presentation. If you can go back to the slides. So just a couple of final remarks here is here was just one example of, again, taking those building blocks and doing something very cool in the Vena application, but also something that really drives ingenuity, it drives efficiency in your process, accuracy of your data, and also, just being able to imagine how to use Vena for so many different types of use cases. So really, there are endless possibilities in the Vena application. Again, when we architected this application from day one, we really architected this to be a true extensible platform. Excel, by far is the most flexible spreadsheet canvas that's out there. We wanted to choose that because we had that platform approach to the Office of Finance that we can model anything in Excel. But we need, at the same time, a flexible database to be able to handle the flexibility of Excel. And that was the creation of Vena CubeFlex. And then, when we go through the Vena maturity, then it was all things BI. Power BI is, there's just endless possibilities in Power BI, but it's a very broad application. So we brought that into Vena, we productized it for FP&A, just like we're productizing CubeFlex and Excel for FP&A. And now what's very exciting, and I can't wait till all of you see Vena Copilot, is now we're just doing the same, but now in the next kind of evolution of Vena and the evolution of the industry and technology. So now we're in the world of AI and Gen AI, and how we are taking the best of things like Microsoft Fabric, Data Factory, the best of Azure Cognitive Services and Azure OpenAI, and how we're productizing that in the Vena application specifically for FP&A. But all that's being powered by this platform that you can use all of these building blocks to really build out all sorts of different use cases. So the one that we saw today is all things machine learning driven forecasting. There's amazing things you can do like with transaction matching or activity-based costing, bill of materials costing, where you're really getting down to very granular sets of data where the modeling generally is much more sophisticated, but how do you bring all of that plus so many more applications within the Vena application? So that's my time, all done here. Again, looking forward to meeting all of you, speaking with you. I'll be around all day today and tomorrow. Please bring me aside if any of this was of interest, and happy to get into more detail. Great, thank you all.
Oh, hi. Nervous. Thank you. Hello. So I'm really, really nervous about being up here. I normally only talk to people over Zoom, and I've probably talked to a few of you guys. But what I'm going to talk about really is a little bit different than what Rish was talking about and what everyone else has been talking about. This is more about kind of opening up what your mind can think of in what Vena can do for you. Because everything that you think of, you could probably put it into a model within Vena. You just have to understand what data you need and what it is you're looking for it to come out. I don't know how to use this, so give me a second. Ah, yes. So we've got traditional finance, which all of us in this room are traditional financiers. Then we've got some trailblazing finance. We've got logic, sequencing, analytics, orderly facts with our traditional finance. But then we want the other side of it, which is the holistic thinking, the imagination, the creativeness, the visualization, and the intuition that you all have, which we want to drive in to Vena so that we can take that predictive modeling and see how well our intuition compares to that predictive modeling so we can teach that model how to follow our intuition and make it more accurate. A lot of these different data sources, they come from ERP systems, point of sale systems, CRM systems, HRS systems, EPM systems. They come from people who are just keying information in. They come from the various tools of SQL Server, Excel, which is our favorite, right? They're now in the cloud. It comes from our knowledge of what we're working on, what we do, what we use that information for. And then a little bit of that spice, which is obviously our imagination. What do we make it what do we want it to look like? What are we going to make the world understand financially, what we want to do with our products, what we want to do with our story that we're visualizing for everyone else to understand how we continue to grow in business and how we continue to thrive. I have a blank screen because that's where we start. We start with nothing. We start with this piece of paper that's completely blank, and then we fill it in. We're going to fill it in with all of these mechanics of numbers and ideas and all the colorfulness that we want it to bring to life. We want to take our left brain and our right brain and make it one whole brain. And that's where Vena comes in. You take the left and the right, you put it all into Vena, and now it's one. And I think that a lot of times people look at Vena as just, this is a tool that's going to get us from A to B. But this tool is going to get us from A to Z. And of course, coming from Arizona, I think that's kind of cool. So we want to take these innovations, we want to go beyond the limits of just the black and the red and the financial planning and analysis. You know, financial planning and analysis is fun, right? You get to take a crystal ball. You get to look into this crystal ball and say, this is what I want everything to look like, and everyone's going to do exactly what I want them to do. They're going to buy all the tickets to the game. We're going to be sold out all the time. Sorry, I'm in sports. I'm always going to go back to sports for my analogies. And then all of a sudden, you're like, why didn't all my tickets sell out? What happened? What's going on? How did my team perform? Oh, I don't know. I don't have that information. That information is sitting with our media group. Why don't we bring that information in so that we can now start looking at how did our team perform? How did other teams perform? Is this why our ticket sales are down? Is this why our merchandise is down? What's going on? Wait a minute. Let's bring those insights in. Let's figure this out. Every single one of these bubbles inside this crystal ball is a data point, and we need to grab all of them. But how do you do that when you don't know where all of them are? You take the crystal ball effect, this wonderful, beautiful green crystal ball of Vena. You use your imagination, and when you're using your imagination, you try to find all your pinpoints with all the people in the organization that have data, that data that you want to collect, that's going to help you be successful, it's going to help you be creative, it's going to help you have ideas, innovate, and build inspiration from those people that you're working with in giving you that information. But then you're going to learn from them. You're going to learn about their role, how their role works within your organization, and how you can take that information and help build it into your model. And instead of just taking that information and putting it in the crystal ball, I think you should shatter that crystal ball. Let it go everywhere, and then go pick up the pieces from every little location, because every location that you find a piece of that crystal ball, you're going to find more data that's going to help you predict your future better when it comes to growth, finances, and everything else that they tell us is all red and black in finance. We just make Vena the Christmas tree. And so once that crystal ball is broken, you've got limitless locations of information and data that you can bring in. And you just keep bringing it in and bringing it in. And then you use Vena to transform that data into a story, into the picture that you're looking for. Whether that picture is an actual picture, or if you're looking at it saying, hey, you know what? The northern lights look exactly like my charts. How do you do that? You ask someone else, what kind of information do you think I should bring in to help build this story, to help build what we're looking to continue growing? And I know, as you all know, we've sold the Arizona Coyotes players and coaches to Utah. So we don't really have an NHL team anymore, but we still have a vision, and we still have a vision of bringing them back. We have a vision of building an arena, reactivating the team, and taking all the data that we have had over the several years that we've been in the Valley, and taking that and building it into a predictive model of what we think is going to happen 5 years from now when that arena is built. But in the meantime, we still work with the NHL, we still work with the AHL. So we're taking this information, and instead of wasting our time kind of going, oh, yeah, it kind of sucks, we don't have a team anymore, we're looking at ways of being able to say, how are we going to create a team in Arizona that's going to grow, that's going to bring in the fans that we want, that's going to remember that hockey belongs in the Valley. And I know we're in Nashville, hockey, Predators, love you guys. But being able to take all those little pieces from every part, we have a great opportunity to go sit down with the sales team. What's your goal? How are we going to get there? How do we want to price this? How can we go out to other teams and ask for information and gather some more data from them? We analyze all of that data. We kind of bring it together and we say, all right, here's a couple of plans that we have for the future. And the biggest part of it is that Vena is only limited by your imagination. All the tools, all the data, everything goes into Vena, and you can pull it out whether it's in Excel, you can pull it out now whether it's in PowerPoint, in BI, in all the different areas of everyone in your organization's comfort, and it's customizable. And so every player has a tab in the play, whether that tab is your data, your reconciliation, your journal entries, your invoice uploads, your predictive future. You know, everybody here is on the team, and everyone has a little bit of their say in how they do their business. And now is an opportunity for you to kind of inject yourself in the sales department, inject yourself into sitting with, you know, the ticket sales people, or even going into inventory and saying, how do you currently do your inventory? How do you count that? Do you have anything with barcodes? How do you do those SKUs? How can we determine whether or not this is a better seller, and maybe we can inch those prices up? This isn't doing so well. Maybe we start to decrease those prices. Or hey, every time the Predators come to Arizona, we're sold out. Maybe we increase prices then, you know. So those different pieces of everything that's going on, and I know I'm talking sports here, but if you're playing a game and you know that when the Maple Leaf come, they bring their fans, they bring every single one of their fans, why not make that your opportunity to sell the sponsorship, to put t-shirts in the stands so that everyone puts a t-shirt that says Arizona Cardinals over their Maple Leafs. Remind your players that they're loved, you know. Remind your sponsors that they're getting their name put on every single one of 17,000 seats. Those can make a lot of differences. So with Vena, you've got, you know, kind of that seed. This is your platform. This is kind of where your data is going to sit. And then you've got the roots that are growing. All the data sources feeding into that seed to kind of come up and build their own little areas, their trees, their pieces, their parts. Sometimes some of those leaves are going to fall off. You know, that person left. But there's another sprout coming. And those different pieces and parts of what Vena has to offer continue to grow, continue to bloom, and continue to move and build those various different pieces and parts of what you're looking for out of a platform. You want to be able to grow with the platform every year. It changes every year. You know, something in the economy changes every year. Maybe start bringing in data that's coming from the, what's it called, the Census Bureau. And you're like, wait a minute, you know, housing is really going up. Maybe the fact that housing's going up should trigger us to decrease, you know, a few cents here or a few cents there so that we can continue to keep the customers that we have coming to the door. Maybe you start to package and bundle things a little bit differently when you're making sales or doing those various different things. Maybe it gives you an opportunity to see exactly what is the world economics doing and how is that going to affect us in this year, in next year, in 5 years planning. So being able to take all of that out of one seed, Vena, and being able to let those roots grow and grab data from more places and more places and more places, so that just as a financial department, you're not just the debits, you're not just the credits, you're not just a financial statement that says this is how we did, but you're part of this is how we're going to do it, this is how we're going to grow, this is how we're going to survive what's going on, and this is how we're going to thrive. And as you know, sometimes trees die, but those roots are always going to be there, and they're always going to come back. And so getting those roots that you've got, whether you're using an ERP system, point of sale system, whether you're grabbing data from individuals, whether it's game statistics for all 32 teams, and in 5 years, hockey will have 36, so you have to kind of set that tone. Your data doesn't have to be boring or black and red. You know, you don't have to have just debits and credits. You don't have to just be the finance department or the accounting department. You can be more than that. You can have all of the predictive modeling. You can have all the information that you're looking for. You can build the executive summary that your ownership just opens up and says, wow, okay, we're up here. This is where you expect us to be. Let's keep going. Let's keep driving this. Or they can come back and say, hey, slow down. We don't want to grow that quickly. We want our fans to stick around. So let's take a little bit of a step back and remember that we need to appreciate the fans that we have now. And let's not take that step of increasing prices this year, but let's do it next year. So let's kind of stay steady. And then when you come back and look at it, you can see, oh, wait a minute. That little tiny thing of not increasing prices this year brought us more fans, more season tickets, and more stability in raising the prices next year and them actually coming back. I have a little bit more time because I talked too fast, but I did want to leave some time for some question and answers. I don't know if you want to ask questions about how we utilize Vena or how we've utilized Vena. I was with more than one sports league, but I thought I'd give the audience an opportunity to ask some questions and provide some feedback. Yeah.
Hey, Christina. Yes, gotcha. Thank you for participating in this. And I think when I first joined Vena, I had a chance to sit down at a dinner with you. You might not remember. So it was like maybe just under 5 years ago. And one of the things that I've always wondered, I don't think I ever had a chance to ask you. I mentioned in my opening that we have customers that use Vena for a single thing, never really get into mastering the art of the possible and how we can actually build with. And we have other customers like you that simply got it. And I'm never sure if it's like our product is too complex and we really have to make it more simple, or is it more about the training, or is it more about the motivation? Like, how did it click for you? Like, why did it become natural for you to use it for more than just one thing?
So the first time that I looked at Vena, I saw potential. I saw that this is Excel-based, which means I can do it. And then I saw that I could build a whole lot more out of this tool than I could anything else. I'm an accountant. I'm not a programmer. I'm not a computer information systems kind of gal. And it was limitless. My imagination kind of went wild. See that whole colorful side right here? It went wild. And every time I looked at something someone was doing, I immediately thought, hey, I know that once we get Vena in place, I can go start building this or building that, or looking at what you're doing and building it here and making it easier. And in turn, I had a really great teacher. and he's in this audience, but he taught me, here's the fundamentals. And then I said, well, here's my imagination.
And one of the things that I know when I spoke to over the years is that you do exactly what you said. You found yourself in other parts of the business, asking them questions about what they were doing, and you were curious if you could help them run better, make better decisions. At first, was there like resistance to that because now you're in their business? Did it take a while to get the adoption that, oh no, she's here and she can help?
You know, I think it really is a different approach. With some people, it was like, yeah, I don't want to have anything to do with that. But other people were like, well, this is what I normally get from you guys. And then I take it and I go a step further and put it into this and put it into this. And then I kind of build it into this. And it's all manual. And then you just kind of walk through it and say, well, what if I could just do all of it for you? And they're like, oh, really? Okay. Well, here's what you give me, and here's the spreadsheet that I then take certain pieces of that information, and I put it into this, and then I turn it into this, and then I give it to someone else. And I'm like, okay, well, do you know what they do with it? And they're like, no, but let's call them. You know, and so it turned into more of an opportunity to say, here's what I normally give you, but what else do you want to do with it? And what do you use it for? And then who uses it beyond that? And how can we take all those steps and put them all together so that Vena can do it all for you in one spreadsheet? You just open it and there it is. And so being able to kind of work with the different areas and the different departments was kind of a give and take. You know, what can I do for you? What can you do for me? You know, I'm trying to save you time because I'm tired of waiting. So if I'm still waiting for what you need to give me, what can I do to help you give that to me faster? You know, and it ends up becoming this collaboration, so to speak, of being able to sit down with them and say, all right, we've got the same goal, just different timing. And my timing for this goal is today because the NHL wants it today. But your timing for this goal is 3 weeks from now because you don't have a game then. What can I do to help you? And so you build a better relationship with those budget managers, those individuals within your organization that hold the key to the information that you need. And then you start to learn what it is that they're looking at and what's important to them. And then as you build those things so that they're the forefront, they're the end user, they're the person who's going, really? You built this for me? And now everything is starting to turn. And then they are also the people that go throughout the organization and go, hey, you know what? Just go to Christine, she'll get it taken care of. She'll help you out. She'll work this out. She'll do this, she'll do that. But at the same time, you teach your team and you work with your team and you go through these things with them that not only you are the person to go to, but anyone in your team is the person to go to because now they can do what you can do. And they might not have the same imagination. They might be like, no, I'm really a black and white kind of girl. Just give me the debits and credits. But I'm still going to teach you so that you understand what it's doing.
That's awesome. So I feel like no matter what you're doing, you're probably a pretty unstoppable force, but really appreciate you being part of the community, and I'll let anyone else that may want to ask questions do so. So I'll pass the mic.
Thank you for sharing. We are new to Vena, have not even gone through implementation yet, but when I started my RFP for strictly a budgeting tool, that's what I was looking for, something, you know, we're a private equity environment, very acquisitive, something helpful in consolidating 8 to 10 different budgets across various operating companies. The reason we settled on Vena is kind of what you're describing. I immediately saw other opportunities to streamline or improve processes in our business using the tool for other things beyond basic workforce planning, sales planning, and expense planning. So I am actually curious what other opportunities you've identified to use the tool and how you're using it daily, weekly, monthly. As I'm on the front end of an implementation, I kind of want to begin with the end in mind.
So on the hockey side, we have really just hockey for the NHL and the AHL, and then our community relations team. Our community relations team has 40 different programs that they do within with the organization, whether it's field trips, whether it's having hockey, what do you call those? Camps. And they're doing different things. Well, one of the key things that we need to identify is how many touch points do we have with the kids? Is this the same kid that came? Is this a different kid that's coming? We're gathering data that has to do with the kids that are coming in and whether or not they've been to camps or anything else before. And then we're taking that information so that we can help build and model out future fans. And so the idea of getting involved with sports for children and getting their parents involved in things like that with the camps and things, you're basically getting to know the behavior of your future fans and what they're going to kind of like when they go to a game or when they're coming to a camp or coming anywhere else. And so rather than just taking, here's the cost of it, here's how many people we need to have for it, here's the head count planning, and here's how many hockey sticks we need to purchase and blades and things like that, we're also gathering the data of who's coming, who are their parents, where are they at, so we're kind of utilizing Vena in an aspect that gives us data insights. And so the data insights kind of helps gear that information going into the future of where do our fans live? How far are our fans away? How much do our fans typically spend? And kind of learning that behavior. And there's a lot of different sources that you can use or different platforms you can use to put all that data in. But if you're collecting everything in one location, it's a lot easier to tie that data to your financial information and financial forecasting of that. So being able to kind of bring everything into Vena is really where we're kind of building the uses of different things other than just what's going on with finances today and finances of what we think tomorrow is. Because, we're also going to be looking at building this arena, which is a whole different aspect of something we've never embarked on. And so we have to learn another industry and how construction works. Luckily, our ownership does have a construction company, so we can go to them and say, give us some data that you have that we can help use to do our modeling and our predictive modeling in when various licenses and approvals come from the city on building. I hope I answered that. Any other questions? Okay.
That was great. Thank you so much. And really inspiring how you're transforming the Office of Finance and bringing all these dimensions into it. So my name is Sultan. I'm from Microsoft. And the question I had was, when driving change at this scale, when leading and transforming a key function, you always need allies, you need other change agents that help and support you. And as everyone here continues to drive their transformations, any guidance on how you went about that, where you found different champions in different parts of the business?
I think that being able to communicate with your counterparts, with the various departments, is the biggest key, is finding out what they need and how it, in turn, is what you need to get your job done. So once you can build the relationships, I think that's where really those key aspects come together, is that you have to be able to build relationships with the different departments and the different people in your organization so that they can get behind you and help drive that change. And sometimes, I know as an accountant, we don't like change. We don't necessarily want, to change things, but letting other people help drive that and inspire you kind of opens that up so that you yourself may also be ready for what they need to change what you're looking for as an organization. And sometimes change isn't, the best change, and you learn from that. Well, that didn't work. Let's try something else. Oh, I just realized that we forgot 3 pieces of data that is going to change all of this, and we should probably go back to the drawing board and then get that stuff in there and then look at it again. Going through and making innovation is all about changing things, reinventing things, kind of pulling things from various different places and not being afraid of, oh, yeah, that didn't work. Instead of coming back and going, yeah, I just wasted 30 hours of my time. Look at it and say, what did I learn from this? What do you learn from this? And then go back to the people that you might have not included that maybe you should have included and say, hey, you know what, I tried this without you and it was an epic fail. Can you help me so that I understand that? I think that building relationships is really the key to making change possible. I think we have no more time. Last question, Eugene.
So I've had the incredible privilege of working with Christine at the previous sports franchise. The question that I have really builds on all of the 3 previous questions that were asked. And that would be, what would be the biggest hurdle or pain point when it comes to trying to expand Vena usage and do other things with Vena, and what would be the best way one would try and overcome those hurdles or pain points?
I think the biggest pain point is projects that derail what's going on, or headcount turning over. Every time someone leaves, someone else is picking up more work until someone is replaced. And those kind of hurdles can really derail your entire project for the long run. But I think sometimes talking to your management, your ownership, and saying, I understand that I'm picking up more work from this person, but you also have to realize that we're working as a team and we're trying to do this. And I really want to make sure that you remember and that you're on board with me to support me to continue working on this so that we can revolutionize, and maybe we get to the point where I'm able to make this work the way you want it to work and we didn't need that extra headcount, but you have to support me in this so that we can grow together as an organization, as a department, and then we can decide whether or not that headcount needs to be replaced, or maybe we're like, hey, wait a minute, let's replace that headcount because that person's gonna give me the opportunity to make and draft all those changes and build all those changes of efficiency and new reports and new information that you're looking for. And hey, by the way, we have all this new technology that's being launched with Vena. I don't know why I'm talking into this. And I want to be able to take that and just build it and make it work so that you can see how much more this platform is doing for us, not just in finance, but into BI and into sales and marketing, into pricing, into the ticket office, into every area of your business. I know that we did some really great things at my previous location, and they were things that had nothing to do with finances on the front end. It was all information that we needed to gather from other people. And we took all that information and transformed it so that it became the sales tax return. It became the AP invoice that needed to go out. It became that invoice that needed to be produced, so we just uploaded it. So that one document that someone keyed information into turned into 3 different documents, 1 email that took care of all of it. And how much time did it take? 2 minutes. So just talking to the people that you work with and reminding them that while these bumps in the road come in and happen, that you need their support in order to make what they are imagining and dreaming possible. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. I'm Ian Campbell. I'm the CEO of Nucleus Research. Dominic, you want to introduce yourself?
Yeah, I'm the practice lead at Citron Cooperman. I run the corporate performance management practice. I was actually a Vena client for about 6 years prior to starting a practice entirely around the Vena ecosystem. So I ran FP&A teams for 10 plus years. So happy to kind of enter this conversation with you from both the client side experience as well as being a practitioner on the partner side.
Yeah, that's fantastic. And Dominic, it's great that you have both sides. So for the next 30 minutes, what I want to talk about, and what we want to talk about today is ROI and value. And I was listening to Melissa's talk earlier, and really one of the themes that came across in many of the talks is finance needs to have a seat at the table. And I'd argue that finance owns the table. That finance is the center point, and you're working with a whole bunch of people in different groups. And the way that you communicate with them is around, often, value. What is ROI? What is payback? How do I get a consistent message from those groups back to me so I in finance can figure out what's a good project and what's a bad project? So let's start by talking about value. What is value? What does value mean to clients, to your constituents? And Dominic, you had some thoughts on that.
Yeah, I mean, first and foremost, I think values become a more important topic in organizations, especially over the last several years as we've seen interest rates rise and there's a real cost of capital. Yeah. And so you have to prioritize a limited resource that now is costing you something, so you're not just going to say yes to every project. And I think from a value standpoint, I think the obvious levers that people see is cost savings. Melissa was also talking about productivity gains, balancing that equation of profitability and growth. And how do you do that? It's like, okay, you got to be more efficient, gain the productivity gains, but find ways to cut expenses. That might mean letting people go. It might mean growing and gaining operating efficiency because you're not hiring more people. You're leveraging really good technology and augmenting that with really good people.
Yeah, so we know that value is important in deciding a product. And in the next 30 minutes, really, we hope you get away from this talk is what are some of the things you can use, what are the simple tricks that you can use to make sure that folks are giving you items that deliver value. So we talked about value in deciding and how they deliver benefits, but also in prioritizing, right? And how do you prioritize items? And you talked about maximizing and expanding earlier when we were talking.
Yeah, so to me, you have a finite source of capital to invest across the organization, and you have to prioritize those because it is not unlimited.
But otherwise, it's dangerous. But look at the item, the driver to the output, not the output itself. Don't make that mistake. You guys won't make the mistake, but people giving you business cases definitely will. Thanks. It's a great question. Gone a tiny bit over because the clock stopped. Any other questions? Thank you all very much. Thank you. Thank you, Dominic. Appreciate it.
Thanks, guys.
Excellers. Wow, what a day, am I right? Truman here, VP of Community Marketing at Vena. Thank you, Ian. Thank you, Dom, for that insightful framework discussion. Just a few quick notes as we wrap up, and to those of you online. Recap. We welcomed the new era of finance excellence. We spoke about how finance really has to set the pace and just drive the organization. 3, we talked about frameworks that help fuel our growth. And then lastly, how technology accelerates all the above. And speaking of technology, we got a few big reveals and announcements tomorrow, Accelerate Day 2, as well as these snappy, punchy, inspirational Accelerate talks from this new era of finance leaders and, yeah, your peers. So this has been Accelerate Day 1. We look forward to seeing you Accelerate Day 2, especially you folks online. And with that, we'll see you tomorrow.